something to point to and say, okay.
Good evening. We'd like to call to order the February 1st, 2022 Little Rock City Board of Directors meeting. We would like to welcome those in attendance, as well as those watching at home, streaming online. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Miller,
Here.
Director Richardson,
Here.
Director Webb,
Here.
Director Peck,
Here.
Director Wright,
Here.
Director Wyrick,
Present.
Director Compuris,
Present.
Director Phillips, Director Adcock,
Present.
Vice Mayor Hines,
Present.
Mayor Scott.
Present. Director Peck, if you would, I want to take this time to recognize you for the invocation.
Thank you. As we gather here today in community, we are reminded of how blessed we are. In the current world around us, there are so many who suffer and face grave challenges. We stand in solidarity with them in compassion and by practicing loving kindness to ourselves and all those around us. Let us engage in the power of prayer that connects us all, irrespective of religion, with our beliefs and ideals, helping us to hold them in our minds as we go about our daily business. Let us pray the following in the name of all that is good. May we all be well, happy, and peaceful. May no harm come to us. May we all also have patience, courage, understanding, and determination to meet and overcome inevitable difficulties, problems, and failures in life. May our friends and colleagues, our constituents, our first responders, all city employees, and all in our community be well, happy, and peaceful. May they also have patience, courage, understanding, and determination to meet and overcome inevitable difficulties, problems, and failures in life. May we all live in equanimity, believing in the equality of all that lives. Amen.
Y'all please stand for Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Members of the board, we do, as we all knew last week, we have a pretty short agenda, but also wanted to have our police chief, Chief Keith Humphrey, and Assistant Chief Wayne Bewley, who's over our investigation division, added them to our agenda to give an update. As you all are aware, they both gave an update to the public on this past weekend's shootings. Tragic shootings, and they will share information with the board as they share with the public later today. Before we go there, I just wanted to show, I know that showed up as an update to the agenda, as well as the modification for the public health emergency as a result of the recent community violence. Before we get to those items, we will start with the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read the consent agenda.
A resolution to express the willingness of the City of Little Rock, Arkansas to apply for and utilize cost-share grant funds from the United States Army Corps of Engineers for clearing and channel improvements to Stump Creek, south of Earhart Drive and east of Wreck Road, and for other purposes, funding from the 3/8 capital improvement sales tax and the limited tax year obligation improvement bonds. That concludes the consent agenda.
Move for the adoption of the consent agenda.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. We'll now go to citizens' communication. Our deputy clerk has shared that we do not have any citizens' communication for today. We do have separate items. Madam Clerk, if you would please read item number 2.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned district industrial titled Natural State Concrete Supply PDI-OS located at 8806 Mapleville Pike, Little Rock, Arkansas, and amending official zoning map for the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes first reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on second reading.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Second reading.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned district industrial titled Natural State Concrete Supply PDI-OS located at 8806 Mapleville Pike, second reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
Second.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Hear that ayes have it. Madam Clerk, as you know, we're now going to the third reading.
An ordinance to approve a planned zoning development and establish a planned district industrial titled Natural State Concrete Supply PDI-OS located at 8806 Mapleville Pike, third and final reading.
We've now had three readings. We have a comment or question from City Director Wyrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like for Jamie Collins to come forward so I could ask him a few questions, if that's okay with you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Collins?
I'm here, Mayor.
Please proceed.
Where is he?
Confuses me. On the screen.
It's on the screen.
Oh, okay. I like to look at somebody when I'm talking to him.
He's in front of your screen, too.
It's not on here. Okay. Jamie, there you are. Okay. So, Mr. Collins, I have spoken with the folks that have this application, spoken with the engineer. It appears that they're doing the best thing they can for a cement plant. They have apparently the latest technology. Last week when I was visiting with them and one of the neighborhood folks, they brought up the fact that they were going to use a chain link fence and some sort of screening that's going to take care of the sound barrier. And I explained to them that I didn't think that was an appropriate sound barrier. So I talked with the engineer on Friday, and the engineer says, well, you know, we're going to do a sound barrier. How much of a wall do you want? And I said, well, I'm not a sound engineer, so, you know, I couldn't tell you how long to make the walls or any of that stuff. And I talked to him and asked him if he was a sound engineer, and he said he'd worked with it, but he wasn't specifically a sound engineer. So they sent a revised application to me that reflected 160 feet on the west wall and west side of the project, and 240 feet on the south side, which is the side that is next to the highway department. So I called you and I visited with you about that change, and you'd not seen it. But I think a little bit later in the day, you actually got a copy of the proposed modification. Can you speak to that proposed modification and what the Planning Commission actually approved in regards to sound barriers? That's my last piece of this application. I think everything else is pretty well tied down. And as you know, my concern is for the neighborhood that's adjacent to that property. It's a fragile neighborhood, and I don't want their normal lives to be interrupted with the use of this concrete plant, because I'm afraid that eventually they may decide it's not a good place to live and just leave that part of the city, and then we might have some issues with housing and those kinds of things. So I know this is a long story, but if you could tell us what the expectations were from the Planning Commission, I'd like to hear that.
Yes, ma'am. Their expectations were in the application as presented is to encompass the entire concrete plant area was to be a 12-foot minimum wall, berm, and fence combination. The distance of which had yet to be determined pursuant to and our interpretation of all that, and also the Planning Commission was for a sound study that is going to be performed prior to building permit. We don't know what the links are to be presented. A study would tell us that, because even a 12-foot wall, it depends on what is around you, where the sound is generated, and that type of aspect on whether even that would stop the sound from reaching where you're talking about the residential homes that are on the southwest, and also the distance. So the Planning Commission heard something that is still yet to be determined, that they have to provide some type of sound study and also to let us know and to be reviewed and approved by staff on what it would cover, so as to not have an impact for that residential properties to the southwest.
Okay. Is it customary for an applicant to delay those kinds of details to the Planning Commission and to the board?
I wouldn't really say it's customary. It depends on a plan development. It depends on what is coming in. The applicant, if you remember on something that was heard in the past year off of Cantrell, they had proposed and presented to us a sound study for that development that was going in off of Cantrell. And it depends on when an application comes through. A plan development could have one. We could have requested one. Planning Commission could have requested one through the process. But we put the verbiage in the write-up to still allow that to happen. There wasn't a specific linear footage put in. So the answer is it's a plan development. It could be requested, and it could also go through exactly how it was presented at the Planning Commission.
Okay. So the reason why I asked that question is because what I would like to do is defer this application and wait upon the sound study, so we would know where the walls are going to be. We have a site plan that pretty well details where they're going to mix concrete, those kinds of things. So I would like to defer this application for whatever is reasonable to get a sound study. If it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, then I'm amenable to whatever that might be. Do you have any idea, Jamie, Mr. Collins, in regards to how soon a sound study could be made? Is there a big demand for those? Is there easily someone that can come do the sound study? I mean, this is one of my first to deal with sound studies, but I do think it's important that we get that tied down before we approve the application.
I do not know the time for a sound study to be performed, because they would have to come in and analyze essentially what was going to be put in, do measurements and distances to where sound is going. So I would assume it wouldn't be a couple weeks. That would be dependent on the consultant and applicant hires and their availability, in which I have no idea of those two.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion that we defer this for 2 weeks, waiting for the information from a sound engineer for the sound study for us to look at before we approve this application.
Second.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Yes, and just a couple things the Deputy Clerk just made mention, but I have heard a motion from Director Wyrick, a second from Director Wright. We do have a couple board members who have raised their hand, but also Director Warwick, our deputy clerk, has shared that there is a sound engineer online. If you would like to speak with he or she, that's with the applicant. Would you like to hear from them? And if not,
My questions would be the same as they would be with Mr. Collins in regards to what's a reasonable time to do a sound study. Would it take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? My motion was to defer for 2 weeks, and if he says that that's a reasonable time to do a sound study, then I'd like for that to stand.
yes, and your motion stands. I just wanted, would you like to hear from the sound engineer? Your motion does stand.
Sure, yeah.
Deputy, we'll now have the sound engineer for the applicant. The applicant sound engineer can speak now, please. And if you'll state your name.
This is Oz Ritchie with Sound Engineering. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Speak a little louder, please.
Okay, yeah, this is Oz Ritchie with Sound Engineering. How is this better?
Yes, and so Director Warwick asked, how long would it take to do a sound engineer study? I think that's the first question. Is that correct, Director Warwick?
That's correct. Oz, I don't have any information about the length of time or your schedule or when that can be done. My proposal was to delay the application for 2 weeks in order to get the sound study performed. Is that reasonable?
Well, sound study has already been done. I started working with the applicant back at the end of December. So we have been working over there for approximately 2 months, measuring sound at the existing facility and playing it back, recreating it at the new facility. The applicant and I, we were working until late Friday. They even went as far as change the entire layout of the plant, moving the parts of the plant that had more sound to the north side away from the residential area. At that time, I generated a sound study to the applicant, and I have to assume that you guys at the board haven't received it yet. Is that correct?
I have not received it. I don't know if anyone else has or not, unless it's that plan that they sent to us with the wall of 160 feet and 240 feet, but I've not seen it. So this is my first idea that one has been done.
Yes, ma'am. I even went over to Director Warwick with your recommendations over to the Federal Express facility and looked at what they had over there, how it worked, and made recommendations to the client based on that. There was a 4-page sound study that was generated, and it appears to me that the board has not received it yet.
Mr. Collins, have you received it?
Okay.
Mr. Collins, did you receive that?
We have not received that, but I also want to bring up that the application that was heard at the Planning Commission did not have any of this. If that is going to be presented this time, my recommendation is that it needs to go back before the Planning Commission, not necessarily be deferred. The Planning Commission is to hear that. They're supposed to hear the application at the board. So that is just my opinion.
I know the Director Warwick had mentioned a 2-week deferral. That would be fine with me. That way everybody would have time to review it, including the Planning Commission. They could review everything that's in there, the new site layout, it's a 4-page report in very much detail that I submitted late Friday. And I think I would really like for everybody to have time to review that and let me know if there's any questions or comments before the next board meeting.
Mr. Collins, you made the recommendation that it should go back to the Planning Commission. Are you talking about a full survey review going back through the planning commission process?
Yes, ma'am. Per our current codes, it even states, and I'm going to read the section for the preliminary plan, if I may. It says the board shall not consider an application that has been modified by the applicant to a design other than that reviewed by the commission. That is underneath a planned development review process. So this would be something that has not been presented to the planning commission in a design and with the linear footage of anything that was proposed. So I would respectfully say that it would need to go back before the planning commission.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Mr. Collins, if you got the study from the sound engineer, would you personally be able to look at the results and reflect on the modifications that might be made to the plan? Or do you feel like that is truly a process that the planning commission needs to go through?
Well, the application that got heard would leave that to review once it was approved and goes through. That's where the 12-foot wall berm combo comes in. So they would have to have submitted that for us to review and see if it met with the requirements for reducing the sound at the subdivision. So yes, I could look at that and determine that linear footage, but at this time this has not been voted on by the board for acceptance of what the planning commission has presented.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion to defer for 2 weeks and make a motion that we send it back to the planning commission.
Hear a motion, is there a second?
I will draw the second.
There's a
To the
motion and a
initial
second to withdraw. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those
Is
opposed.
that, oh,
Hold up. I want to make sure right now we're voting on her motion to remove her motion.
No, you don't have to vote to withhold,
That's what
to
I thought,
withdraw
but
the motion if both the motion and the second agree to withdrawal, and that's what just happened. So now I think the issue before is the motion of Director Wyrick to return this matter to the Planning Commission to consider a sound study. And I don't know that I've heard a second on that one.
I'll
Director
second
Wright.
that.
Second from Director Wright. All those in favor, please say
and
aye.
there can,
Mayor,
could there
can we
be
have
some
some discussion?
discussion?
All right, one sec. All right, 1 second, everyone.
Please let
We
the man
haven't gone yet. Director Miller, then we'll go to Vice Mayor Hines and Director Phillips. But if everyone, 1 second, just put your hands up.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to make sure that I understand that the motion is to send this back to the Planning Commission. That's the motion.
Yes, sir.
Can someone give me some type of timetable that we're talking about for it to go back to the Planning Commission and then for it to come back to us? And I ask that because, I mean, this applicant has sent a whole lot of material, done a whole lot of work. I'm certainly supportive of Director Wyrick and trying to get her concerns met, but quite frankly, I'm very supportive of this applicant also, and the timetable that the time that they put into it, and certainly the resources that they put into it. So I want to understand how far we're kicking this can down the road.
Director Collins, what would the timeline be? I'm assuming the next planning meeting is February 10th. Is that correct?
That is correct, but the 15-day notifications for state laws went out. It would be the March hearing of the Planning Commission. So it'd be the second Tuesday in March.
Before the Planning Commission would hear it?
Before the Planning Commission would hear it.
And then it would come back before the board, ideally in what time period?
Ideally, it typically makes it somewhere around that 3-week time frame after. It could be 4. It's depending upon the board cycle.
So we're talking about perhaps April? Is that, Director Collins? Am I
Perhaps
thinking clear?
the last meeting in March would be the earliest for the board, first meeting in April.
Okay, thank you. I know there's some other questions. I'd like to hear some other thoughts on this too. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hines?
Thank you. Jamie, I want to understand. So when this went before the Planning Commission, it was approved 9-0 with 2 absent. The understanding was that they were going to get a sound study that was going to be approved by planning before a construction permit was issued, correct? To deal with the sound abatement on the site.
That is correct. What I was trying to explain, Director Hines, or Vice Mayor Hines, is that a proposal of a specific linear footage of wall at this time on a site plan presented by the applicant is a change of the application. The site plan that the Planning Commission heard was the wall location is there, but the length of the wall needed to dissipate the sound is yet to be determined once a study is made. It could be, at the worst case scenario, the entire perimeter of the property that encompasses the concrete plant operation. It could be reduced based upon a sound study, which we have not seen. So my point is approving this deal with a site plan that's been presented with specific linear footage is not what the Planning Commission heard.
Well, but the documents that we have scanned in that we're looking at is what was submitted to the Planning Commission, correct? With a caveat that they would have to do a sound study to determine placement and links, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that sound study's been done. Your department hasn't had a chance to review it. They're willing to make whatever changes are necessary, which may up to and including moving parts of the plant, which I agree would be grounds to send it back to the Planning Commission. I think we're getting a little cart above the horse. Maybe the deferral is the better course of action for 2 weeks to let you guys look at the sound study and make a determination if we need to send it back to Planning Commission or not. I think sending it back to Planning Commission right now is premature. We've heard from the sound engineer, not the applicant, that they're wanting to change any of the plans. Sounds to me like we're in due course. We just need a deferral for a couple of weeks so your staff and the applicant can look at the sound study and see if said changes are needed to be done, if it can be handled there or it needs to go back to Planning Commission. It seems a little premature just to jerk it and send it back to Planning Commission right now.
Mayor,
Director Wyatt?
I would be happy with the 2-week deferral to understand what the sound study brings forward, but Mr. Collins has indicated that that's not the right thing to do, which is why I changed my plea to go back to the Planning Commission. So if the board wishes to go with the deferral, then I'm good with that. I'm just trying to help Jamie follow whatever the Planning Commission rules and laws are.
Thank you, Director Wyatt.
And we haven't even heard from the applicant, and they're, I think, would probably like to tell us what they're planning to do. We've heard from their engineer, not the actual applicant on this, but I just think a deferral is probably the most prudent measure to figure all this out.
Thank you so much. Director Phillips, then we have Director Adcock, and then Director Pierce.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm gonna kind of echo some of the things that Vice Mayor Hines said. But I want to make sure that I understand and the public understands what the discussion just was from at least Director Vice Mayor Hines. So if they sound, there is a chance that the planning department can review the sound study, and then there could be a chance that there's no changes that are needed to the plan. And if no changes are needed to the plan, then it can just come back to the board. Is that correct, Director Collins?
Yeah, that's correct if there's no changes for that.
Right, and we don't know whether there needs to be changes or not because we hadn't seen it yet, correct?
That's correct. And that's what I was saying. Right now, we have not reviewed any of that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, I wasn't questioning you, Director Collins. I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly, because I definitely followed the logic Vice Mayor Hines had. And Mayor, I would like, I guess, take some city director prerogative or privilege. I would like to hear from the applicant on what they think about our discussion thus far. I'm assuming I'm not there, so I don't know if they're in the room or in the waiting room. But I would like to hear from them on this discussion and what their plans are in the sound study.
Director Phillips, we will hear from the applicant, but we still have a couple more directors. We'll go to Director Compuris and Director Adcock, then Director Compuris and Director Richardson.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
And Director Webb, I just saw your hand, Director Webb. Director Adcock?
Yes. Mr. Collins, when I met with the applicant, there were some questions about the open space, and I talked to you about that last week, and I did not hear back from you or back from the applicant. There's open space around 3 sides of this property. It is full of brush, underbrush, and everything. The applicant told me that they was not allowed to touch this. When I talked to you, you said that yes, they could clean out the underbrush and that they would need to have a certain amount of trees in the open space. So in the 2 weeks that we have, that Director Wyrick has requested, I would like for you to find out about the open space, what needs to be done, and talk with the applicant, because I do not want to have this new facility with all this underbrush and everything, making it look like it's out in the woods.
Thank you, Director Adcock. Director Richardson?
Yes, Mayor. I just wanted to touch up on, I think Director Phillips hit on it and Lance hit on it. And I would ask Jamie, do you think that the applicant would be amenable to these changes? Have they been difficult to work with? Have they been receptive to any kind of changes and or recommendation we provide to them? Have they been easy to work with? And in your professional experience dealing with them, do you think if we had some specific recommendations from this meeting tonight, that they would take those and implement those into their development?
We have not had any difficulties with the applicant. As the board is aware, this site has come through previously and did not have exactly what was being presented today with the open space, the berm, the wall, fence combo along that. They did contact us and take recommendations from us from what speaking with and hearing the citizens that spoke, and also some directors, and just from the general conversation of the Planning Commission of what they could do to modify the site to be a better development for the area. And they presented an application to the Planning Commission, with what we had spoke about.
Well, this may not be a fair question for you, but given everything you just said, have they been receptive to the comments from people who spoke? And I think that all of us, by the time we get through with this, we can find somebody who has one problem with one aspect of the development as a justification or a reason to delay it or defer it. But have they been receptive to staff and the recommendations and the concerns that were expressed by the people who came to the meeting? Not somebody that I saw at Walmart, but somebody who came to the meeting, who had enough interest to be there and express any kind of observations, approval or disapproval. Have they been receptive to that in your professional experience?
Yes, they were.
So, I know these are not fair questions for you, and I apologize because I didn't think we were going to spend much time on this one issue. Do you think they would be receptive to any recommendation and or commendation that come from us tonight that we want to see addressed with this development?
Think they would be receptive, but however, any recommendation or conditions placed on this application changes that design is not what the planning commission heard.
Well, I think that's what we're gonna end up doing tonight. If every one of us talk about a conversation we had with an individual in close proximity in that area, and that 15-day notification, that process has to start over again because we have a whole new development, not just added amendments to the current development or added. I can't find the word, but we're just adding on to it. We're not changing the development, but we were making some additional changes and or improvements. So that 15-day notice will kick back in because we're not changing the development, given what I've heard so far. Sorry about that.
Director Richardson, the 15-day notice is for the planning commission pursuant to state law. The planning commission is the public hearing for the zoning processes. And that's where we notify in the paper, prominent circulation, so that residents in the area or in the city of Little Rock can know about and attend the public meeting.
So, in your professional experience, do you expect any opposition to a recommendation that's going to actually improve the development for that part of the community?
At the planning commission, we did not have anybody come out in opposition to the application as presented. There was at the previous one that was denied by the board, but for this one, I have not heard any opposition. I do not know if there's anybody here tonight that is in opposition at this time.
That's all I wanted to know, Jamie. Thank you very much.
Director Webb, then Director Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, just to add on to what Vice Mayor Hines and Director Phillips said, we haven't heard from the applicant. It seems like we're getting into a whole lot of things without hearing from the applicant. And I know board members have questions. That just seems like it would be appropriate to go ahead and hear from the applicant so we could ask them some of these questions as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Director Webb. Director Peck?
I'll be very brief because this is getting to be ridiculous. But I agree with everybody. Let's hear from the applicant. I would like to say that they have been really done their due diligence. I believe they've met with every single one of us here. And I think done a hell of a job on presenting the information. And as Director Miller said, I want to be supportive of BJ and Joan. This is their neighborhood. And I think they want to. They just have a few questions. And I hope we don't have to go back to the Planning Commission and drag this thing on any longer, because I think ultimately it's going to pass. So let's hear from them. Thank you.
Director Phillips, is your hand still up? Just before we go, I want to make sure all the board members are heard, and we'll go to the applicant.
It was up, but Jamie answered my question. I was just gonna make sure that there were no opposition at the planning commission. So I'm good, Mayor. I'm ready to hear from the applicant.
And we also have Director Wyrick was still up.
Mayor, I just want to say that if I led anyone to believe that the applicants were not easy to work with, or if there were issues with them, I apologize, because I found them, both the students, to be very nice and very agreeable, and they want this to be a good project. And they've done a lot of things to make it good. But the lasting issue for me is the sound. And I just want to make sure that that's done right, so the little neighborhood that's to the southwest of them is not harmed any more than they have to be. And so that's the reason why I'm interested in the sound study and what sort of barriers that we could expect and I hate to bring up the chain link fence again, but I don't think a chain link fence closest to the neighborhood is the appropriate sound barrier. So hence the reason I'm trying to get resolution to the sound and what that's going to look like. And, how we're going to be able to have the neighborhood operate going in the future.
All right, you the person with distraction from this damn meeting.
All right. We'll now hear from the applicant.
Yes, this is Grant Cox. I represent the applicant. And for clarification, and I know I certainly want the applicant for the clerk who needs to open that up, that is Jessica Sewin and Brad Sewin, and I'd like to give them the opportunity to speak, but we'd be happy to defer for 2 weeks. We do have a sound report that we're happy to provide. And certainly anything that was going around before, that was sort of meant to provide some clarification, not necessarily change anything. We still feel that we're fitting within the application as submitted to the Planning Commission and approved by the Planning Commission. So as I said, I think we'd be happy to defer until the next board meeting and would certainly agree to that. But I would like to give a chance for the applicant, Jessica and Brad Sewin, to also speak.
Thank you, everyone. Just trying to get some clarity. I know there were two different motions. The original was a motion to go.
Mayor, I would like to reintroduce Director Wyrick's first motion that she withdrew to defer it for 2 weeks.
And thank you, Director Richardson, but we do still have one motion on the floor. We'll come back to that motion. The first motion that was for the viewers, first motion was on the floor to do a 2 week deferral. That motion was withdrawn. Then the motion, and the second that's on the floor, was to go send back to the Planning Commission. We've now had discussion. What I'm hearing is that everyone is in favor of 2 weeks. And so what I would like to ask, because we have a motion second, have not taken a vote, is the applicant, what I've heard the applicant say, is that they would like 2 weeks as well. Would the applicant be opposed to deferring themselves? That will help us from a parliamentary procedure standpoint. I just want them to restate.
The applicant certainly is willing to defer for 2 weeks.
All right, I just wanted to get that on the record that you said an affirmative in the procedural process. So that has now been deferred because the applicant is deferring it itself.
Mayor, I'll withdraw the going to Planning Commission.
And I will draw the second.
And I'd like to offer that we defer for 2 weeks in order to review the.
And Director Wire, that's not necessary now because the applicant is withdrawn for 2 weeks. Okay. Yeah. So we got it situated from a parliamentary procedure. So everything's good. They'll come back in 2 weeks, everyone. All right. Madam Clerk, if you would please read item number, well, first let me open up the hearing. Madam Clerk, if you would please read item number 3.
An ordinance to abandon the Jack Stevens right-of-way located from the south right-of-way line of Post Street to the south right-of-way line of West 6th Street in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas, and for the purposes, first reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on second reading.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, second reading.
An ordinance to abandon the Jack Stevens right-of-way located from the south right-of-way line of Plateau Street to the south right-of-way line of West 6th Street, second reading.
Move to suspend the rules and place on third and final reading.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, third reading.
An ordinance to abandon the Jack Stevens right-of-way located from the south right-of-way line of Plateau Street to the south right-of-way line of West 6th Street, third and final reading.
Now bring this hearing to a close. We've had 3 readings. I don't see any questions from members of the board. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it.
Mayor,
Yes,
Mayor,
Director Rich.
one quick question. According to Bruce, a couple of weeks ago, because we're having these meetings virtually, do we not have to vote on these items individually rather than collectively?
That is true. That is
Did I
true.
get
And
that correct? So we didn't.
yeah, and Madam Clerk, you're correct. If you'll go back and do the roll call, we didn't have to do it
I
for.
was trying to get I was trying to get your attention for that. Director Moore,
Aye.
thank you. Director Richardson,
Aye.
Director Webb,
Yes.
Director Peck,
Yes.
Director Wright,
Yes.
Director Wyrick,
Yes.
Director Compuris, Director Phillips,
Yes.
Director Aycock,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hines.
Yes.
Thank you so much, everyone. Just for the viewers again, when we're virtual on separate items, we do a roll call vote. Of course, Director can always call for a roll call even during the consent, but that's generally when we do it. Just want to make sure everyone knew what was going on. We'll now transition to Director Wright.
Yes, now that we've finished our agenda, I would like to request something from Mr. Moore before we go into our presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Moore, a couple of months ago, maybe back September, October, the planning department staff met with the community residents in the West Central area about the Barrow Road streetscape. And I'm requesting an update on that, along with the funding that's available for that project to be completed. I've gotten some questions from them as to when that project will be completed. This was from the 3/8 inch sales tax and the bond. And this is one project that was approved, but it hadn't been completed. So can you give me a report on that, please? Thank you. That's all, Mr. Scott.
Thank you so much, Director Wright. For members of the board that are here virtually, just so we understand the order of the meeting, we will now bring up Chief Humphrey as well as Assistant Chief Bewley, who will give an update of this past weekend's shootings. We also want to take time to acknowledge the life that was lost over the weekend as we continue to pray for that family. I'm aware that that our LRPD leadership has reached out to the family as well. We'll now bring them up, and then after that, for the board members that are on virtually, earlier in this meeting, I don't know if you got a chance to check your email, but early in this meeting, you did receive the 2-page ordinance that was sent to you, not ordinance, I apologize, 2-page resolution that was sent to you for those that are virtual. Members of the board that are here in person did receive that here at the beginning of the meeting. I believe at the beginning of the meeting, you were emailed as well. Chief Humphrey and Assistant Chief Bewley.
Good evening, Mayor, directors. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you all for allowing us to come and provide information regarding this past weekend and just some historical information regarding to violent crime in the history of the city. So, as you all know, this past weekend we had multiple shootings. We had a total of 11 victims. That's including yesterday. So we had a total of 11 victims. We had, unfortunately, 1 homicide.
Chief Humphrey, I do apologize, and this is for also Assistant Chief Bewley. If you would just get a little closer to the mic so members of the board can hear you, and speak a little louder, please.
Absolutely. How about now, sir?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Is that better? Okay, thank you. As I said earlier, Mayor, thank you, Mayor, and the directors. We want to give a synopsis over what happened this weekend, and also kind of give a little bit of historical background of violent crime in the city of Little Rock. As you all know, this past weekend we had multiple shootings. Unfortunately, we had one that was a homicide, and unfortunately, we had a 1-year-old that was injured. I was able to speak with members of the department, including myself, have spoken with the mother of the homicide victim. She lives in Pine Bluff. She was very appreciative of the manner that we informed her that her son had been killed. Also, we have made contact with the father of the 1-year-old. I'm pleased to say that the 1-year-old has been released from the hospital, non-life-threatening injuries. And his caregiver, who was also injured, I believe was his godmother, was also released the same night, and no life-threatening injuries. There are no further life-threatening injuries in the other individuals that were also victims of gun violence this weekend. So I wanted to just kind of lay that out there, an overall welfare of the individuals. One of the things that I want to talk about is what we're seeing is an increase in guns in our city. Where are these guns coming from? Well, they're coming from vehicles. They're coming from residential burglaries. They're coming from straw purchases. They're coming from individuals who are able to buy weapons, and they're transferring these weapons or passing these weapons on to these individuals who are utilizing these guns in violent crime. These guns are being passed around from different homicide, different shootings. And so we're not talking about one gun. Well, what type of guns are we talking about? We're talking about assault rifles. We're talking about semi-automatic pistols that are being converted to fully automatic. We're talking about individuals that have the knowledge of converting these weapons to fully automatic weapons. And also, we're seeing a problem throughout the nation, and we're not immune here in Little Rock, of 3D gun design. So you can actually go on YouTube and you can get the 3D design of a weapon. You can actually build a weapon. We're seeing some of these weapons being used. You'll hear the term Draco. You hear the term silencer. You'll hear the term switch that we're seeing on our handguns. These are things that we're seeing a lot of youth between the ages of 15 and all the way up to 24 that are in possession of these weapons, and they are targeting each other. Well, why are they targeting each other? Well, they're targeting each other based on music. Social media is a big platform when it comes to this violence. And so a lot of the things we're seeing is there's a lot of underground dialogue that's going on. And in this dialogue, there's threatening comments. You'll see young people posing with weapons and large amounts of money. They're making videos. They're recording music that pushes violence. Also, it's territorial. Also, we see that we have individual shootings that have occurred because of two females fighting over a male, two males fighting over a female. And we're also seeing street survival. This is the way that some of these kids are surviving. This is the way of the streets. This is nothing that's new to the city of Little Rock. And so the other thing that I wanted to talk about is that this is 1%, less than 1% of our population. And less than 1% of our population, they're targeting each other. So it's if I don't like you just based on where you live, or maybe you're talking to a girl, or you may have disrespected me in a video, you may have disrespected me in a song, you may have disrespected me on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. I'm going to take it out on you, and I'm going to take your life. Each and every one of these shootings, even the ones that end up being aggravated assaults, we believe there are the intentions to either intimidate or the intention to take a life. So 1% of the population is doing this. Each and every one of the incidents that occurred, someone's being targeted. I want to clarify that the 1-year-old and her caregiver were not targeted. They happened to be hit by stray bullets. but we're finding that each and every homicide that we've had so far this year, the victim and suspect knew each other. The victim and suspect, there was some type of encounter either the day of or previously involving those individuals. These are incidents we have no idea that are occurring. I want to just kind of share with you what's going on with the guns in the city. Right before this meeting, we were notified that there was an accidental shooting at an apartment complex. So we've got inside of an apartment. And so we have a fascination with guns in our city. I believe at the end of last year, we had two siblings inside of their home. One was lying on the couch that was asleep. The other sibling was playing with a gun and pointed the weapon, and the sibling lying on the sofa ended up being killed. These are things we don't know about. There is people are just enamored with guns. It's a novelty to a lot of these youth. We're talking youth 15 to 24. The question becomes, why are we having youth 15 to 24 out after 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? Do the parents know where these kids are? Those are some of the questions that we're asking. But when you see these weapons, they're very devastating. And like I said, when you convert a semi-automatic weapon to a fully automatic capabilities, you're not trying to hurt someone. You are trying to annihilate them. And that's what we have going on in the city. I am very confident that of the 800 guns that we were able to take off the street last year and the 500 arrests that we've been able to make related to gun crimes, prevented us to have a double number of homicides that we have and even more shootings. So the men and women of this department are working extremely hard. So I will say that again. I just want to echo that. The 800 guns we took off the street last year prevented more homicides, additional homicides, and additional shootings. So I wanted to share that, but I wanted to paint a clear picture that this is something that we've been working on. Mayor Scott, thank you so much. You and I have talked, and I'm so glad that we're finally recognizing this as a public health issue. The Center for Disease Control over the last 30 years has recognized that gun violence in our nation is a public health issue. This is no different than a pandemic. We have so many people that are being affected by the guns. And one of the things I would like to share is that since 1985 to 1991, the nation saw homicide rate in Black males go up by 154%. 154%. And since 1965, homicides and suicide has been in the top 15 causes of death in America. So here in the city of Little Rock and here in the 90s, we are here in the city of Little Rock, we are not facing anything that we have not seen previously. This should not be of any surprise to anyone on the board. We've seen this. The last 5 years, we've seen an increase in violent crime. We've been able to control it, to the point that it doesn't get any worse. But until we figure out a way, and that's why I'm glad this is a public health issue, until we realize that this is an all-in, an all-inclusive process to reduce this. This is not police. And as a matter of fact, in speaking with the families of the victims, they don't blame law enforcement at all. They blame the fact that this is just what's happening in society. People are angry. The kids are angry. There's no conflict resolution. Kids and adults do not know how to talk. They talk with weapons. They talk with their fists. And so I just wanted to share that with you. One of the things I really would like for I'd like to turn this over to Assistant Chief Wayne Bewley to talk about the investigative side of it and what we're doing and what we're seeing. So Chief Bewley.
Good evening, Mayor and City Manager, members of the board. Can you all hear me fine?
Yes, sir.
All right. So just as I said in the press conference we did the other day, and I guess just to introduce myself, just not just to the board, but to public members that are watching, I'm Wayne Bewley, Assistant Chief of Police over our investigative bureau for the police department. I'm over our major crime section, which is responsible for all of the criminal investigations, crimes against people. So the shootings, the homicides, that falls under my realm of responsibility. And I also have our Special Investigations Division, which is narcotics, intelligence, vice. And in that arm of that area, we also have task force officers that we assign, work for the police department, but work with our federal partners to leverage the federal prosecution and the resources that come with that. As I said in the press conference the other day, there's nothing in the city of Little Rock going on right now that's any more important than the violent crime that we're seeing in the city. It is alarming. It is creating concern across the city. We are having people, as the chief said, targeting each other. We are on top of that. We are working, sharing information. It is concerning to the public when these incidents occur and the targets find each other and the bullets begin to spray. That is concerning because just as we saw this past weekend with the godmother and the 1-year-old child hit. But we're working these all equally with the same amount of passion, whether it is the individuals out here that are riding around, the youth carrying the guns, and they are being victimized by each other, or the innocent individuals within the city. Our investigators are 100% committed. We are meeting, as you would expect, regularly, particularly over the last few days. But I want to point out that it's not just over the last few days. The communication level between the Major Crimes Division, between my Special Investigations Division, the Operations Division with Chief Haskins, we have been talking frequently, sharing information. We're tracking a lot of the different pieces that go along with this. And we are committed to continue to push forth the resources that are necessary to hopefully bring some resolution to this. And I guess for me, just from an investigative standpoint, that's kind of what I wanted to point out. We are looking for the prosecution on state level on any of the state charges that we can pursue, whether it is a battery charge, whether it's a homicide charge. But most importantly, I want to point out too, with our federal task force partners, we are going to leverage our task force, our federal laws, and prosecute gun charges that we're seeing. The chief mentioned we're seeing AK-47s that are modified into what is called a Draco. Our Glock handguns that are on the street with Glock switches that turn them into automatic weapons. Those charges, separate from our state charges, we will work through our task force officers to pursue federal charges, which obviously is federal prosecution and federal time. So with that, Chief, I'll turn it back over to you. From the Investigative Bureau, we are 100% committed, as I said in the press conference the other day. There's nothing any more important going on right now than the uptick that we're seeing in violent crime. And as you said, it is all hands on deck to pursue the prosecution.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief. One of the things I do want to reiterate, there's not an officer in our department that has not contributed to our violent crime efforts ever since over the last year and a half, 2 years. So every officer has, at some point, even the officers that may not be in uniform, are having to work the violent crime task force. As we've said, we saw this coming in the latter part of 2020. We ramped up our violent crime reduction then. We reestablished our street crimes unit. Not only did we reestablish our street crimes unit, we were able to put together, we believe, a very dynamic operation plan to help this summer. We believe that the operation plans, as you remember, from May till the end of the year, we saw that the violent crime rate drop of more than 50%, from 22% down to 11%. And we believe that is because of the work of our SROs, our patrol officers, our major crimes, all of our detectives, everyone, our civilians, our crime analysts. and things like that. So I just kind of wanted to go, these guns are a small pocket of people in the community. But one of the things I do want to emphasize to our citizens who are listening, last year, first part of the year, we saw 40-some% of our vehicle burglaries, a gun was taken. These are some of the problems that we're seeing. We're seeing a problem where we have kids that are out all time of nights and parents don't know where these kids are. Well, the question may arise, why aren't y'all arresting these kids? These individuals are very difficult to find. They're very transit. When they commit a crime, they go into hiding. People hide them. They use various cars. They steal cars. We've had citizens who have left their cars running, and these cars are stolen and they're used in various crimes. But this is not like we can just go put our hands. We have girlfriends that hide. We have relatives that hide these individuals. We have these individuals that might go out of state. We just arrested an individual that was involved in one of the homicides recently that was actually in Memphis. And I do want to say that our major crimes unit in 2022 homicides, we have arrested, I believe, and Chief Bewley, correct me if I'm wrong, we have arrested, I believe, all the suspects with the exception of this past weekend's homicide. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but I think I'm pretty accurate on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so the major crimes unit is working. As you heard me yesterday, directors, I was very stern. We are going to have to, as a community, and part of the deal, we have a physician on the board of directors, and one of the things from CDC said that this is an all-inclusive process. This is from our local government leaders, state leaders, education leaders, nonprofits, judicial system, our faith-based leaders, our medical leaders. When we have homicides in our in cities anywhere in the nation, it causes havoc in the hospital system. It causes dollars that could be utilized in other areas. So that's why this is a public health issue. I continue to say that we're not going to arrest our way out of this. But I do ask each and every one of you all to be open-minded. I ask each and every one of you all to understand that this is not going to be fixed overnight. This is something that's been happening in our city, in all cities throughout the nation. And so I must put this in perspective. I know we're worried about Little Rock, but we have to put it in perspective. We are not immune to what's going on in the nation. But I will reemphasize that we're working hard. We're taking guns off the street. We are offering rewards for any homicide, up to $10,000 for any homicide, any information that leads to the arrest and conviction of any suspect when it comes to homicide. So our focus is keeping the city safe, keeping these citizens safe. As I said, these are small pockets of individuals, small pockets, small areas. We believe that we are covering those areas. Our initiatives are focusing on those areas. We're doing precision policing. Our data is on spot. It's just the fact of finding these individuals and working with our federal partners. We believe that we have a good chance of identifying these individuals and putting a lot of these individuals in jail for a long time. I'm excited about the bid process for the $1.5 million. I believe there are some programs that are going to help us, conflict resolution, community programs of helping families, maybe on the poverty level, families that may feel as though they don't have any other options, and us helping them get to the point of where it may improve their quality of life. So I just wanted to kind of give y'all an overview of what's going on. It's the same thing that we've been saying for the last 3 years. We're working extremely hard, and these officers are dedicated to reducing the crime, and they're just as frustrated as any of the citizens. But I do ask, I'll reiterate this again. We do need our citizens. We do need our parents, our guardians, our teachers, our neighbors. When you see something, say something. Um, if your child has a car and he's living in your house, you need to search those cars. You need to ask the proper questions. You need to know who your children are hanging out with. Uh, you need to know why your kids are out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. You need to check their social media. You need to not only check their social media, but check backpacks, check beds, ask questions, sit down and have those conversations with. Uh, this is no time to be quiet. This is not indictment on anyone as a parent. We're asking for help in reducing this and stopping this gun violence in our city. So, Mayor, that's what I have right now. I'm open to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Director Wright.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Chief Humphrey, for that presentation, and Chief Bewley, I know you're working hard. It's a monumental task. It's very heartbreaking to hear and see all of this. I know my constituents have been sharing with me that they're in fear, they're scared when they go out because they never know what's going to impact them. So I do appreciate our men and women at the Little Rock Police Department for their hard work. And Mayor, I want to also say that I'm in full support of your resolution declaring a public health emergency. If you will recall, back in March of 2021, I spoke with you about a grant that I was trying to pursue with the Centers for Disease Control, that is the CDC. And what I found out was that we weren't eligible because they were only going to fund programs that they had previously established. And what I asked you at that time was if we could declare a public health emergency, and you told me that you felt that only the health department could do that. So what has changed? Why are we able to do it now? Because I saw this coming, and I knew that what I was seeing in my neighborhood was just going to get worse. And when that 10-year-old was killed in Boyle Park, it really shattered me to know that this child lost her life in a senseless manner. And I wish we had done this then. And I don't know if it would have helped, but my question is, we don't need the health department to declare it now. We can do it now.
During that time, if you will recall, when you brought it up, we were in the early stages of the pandemic. And we as a city had certain measures that we could do, and we took a lot of those measures to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the residents. We also know that the state government then took other measures where cities had to have more of a unified approach. And so that was the reason why, is because at that point in time, the cities could not take that route.
Okay.
So that's the reason why I gave you that answer. That is no longer the case as it is today.
Well, I am certainly appreciative. The CDC declared this, as the chief said, 20, 30 years ago, because the numbers on the national scale are astronomical. The loss of life is just astounding. And I look at it as basically a whole generation is being genocided. And nobody seems to know why these kids think the way they think. But I had one individual tell me that these young people don't expect to live past 25. So they don't seem to have the fear, and they're not looking for a future. And that is heartbreaking to think that if you don't see a future, then why not just do whatever you want to do? But Chief, I feel for you. I hope our programs that we're getting ready to put out on the street are gonna work, are gonna help defray some of this and capture some of these younger kids that are coming up. But I can tell you that this public health emergency declaration is needed. And I appreciate you, Mayor Scott, for moving forward to put this in place. And hopefully we can galvanize this and put out a public marketing campaign to stop the violence if we just keep pushing that message to our communities. Because I think that we've gotten so shell-shocked or it's just happening so often, everybody is just numb and not realizing this is not going to get any better unless we pull together and solve it. And we have to work together. And I'm willing to do whatever I can, Chief, to assist. And Mayor Scott, again, thank you.
Thank you for that, council, a year and a half ago. We really do appreciate you. Shared again the reason why we couldn't do it then, but we can now, and grateful for your support.
Thank you.
Director Webb.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. And I do want to reiterate my support for the Little Rock Police Department, but I agree that this is a public health emergency, but I also have some questions about some of the sections of this resolution, and I apologize because we just got it. And one of the questions is that some of my constituents have reached out because we've talked about making things accessible to our constituents who are watching, and I've been trying to people because I don't believe they've gotten a copy of it yet. And I wonder if we can somehow get the resolution on the city website for folks. But Mayor, here to my points are in the sections of the whereases that we will have a holistic approach, strategic and targeted patrol, identifying opportunities for grants, enforce the loitering ordinance. And we've been passing resolutions, and we've been working on grants. We just were at Stevens recently announcing $1 million DOJ grant. I've met with the grant writers, and I know they've worked on opportunities. We've had some of our ARPA funds that we have devoted to this. We have discussed a few weeks ago some of the things that other cities were doing. We talked about strategic and targeted patrol. So if these are in this resolution now as things that we're going to do, my question is, I guess one of the questions is, have we not been enforcing the loitering ordinance? Have we not been doing the strategic and targeted patrol? And so I would like to hear the answer to that, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Director Webb. Right now, I have not fully introduced the resolution. What I want to do, because we just had this presentation, set aside this time for ask for questions, but I am from the LRPD report, but what I will do, I won't go into too much detail because I do want to walk through the resolution, and you are correct. We always aim to try to get as much information out to the public in regards to a resolution, but when you are dealing with crisis, you can't always have as much time to get that done because you are responding to different things at real time. This will be put on the website, so we will get that done. I just want to make sure you are aware of that. But to answer your question, we'll walk through the resolution in detail here shortly. We are doing a number of different things, but there are some things that we can overemphasize. And so there's anything that's not being done is to have an overemphasization, a stronger emphasis on particular things. And I'll walk through those details and go to answer it a little further. But there are a number of things that we are doing, but there are reasons why. I'll give you one example. As we speak to things, we did a resolution of close to $2 million for the American Rescue Plan Act dollars to get things out. We started that process in late October. We hope to have some money out to those organizations. I believe there's a CYF meeting tomorrow that CYF is going to look at some different things. But that was 2 or 3 months ago because of general government procurement. When you're in a state of emergency, We will always go through a procurement process, but you can reduce the time that it takes to dot all the i's and cross all the t's to get those dollars out on the street quicker. And so that is what we're speaking to on that specific thing. But we'll now go to Director Compuris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I need to apologize. I was admonished by people last week by calling you by your first name, so I apologize.
Thank you so much, Director Compuris. I appreciate that.
You can call me Dean, but I know I'm not supposed to call you anything but Mr. Mayor. Chief and Chief, I'm going to have some hard questions for you, and this is not to be confrontational, but this is what people called me this weekend and saying. And I'd like for an honest discussion on what's going on. Working on the COVID task force for the last 2 years, part of the things we have discussed are that the number of people who have committed criminal acts have gone up during that period of time. But one of the things that people say to me, very much like when I've raised my children and they come home and they say, well, everybody else is doing something, and I say, well, we're going to do something different. I don't think it's fair to continue saying to the public that this is a national problem or some other problem. It's a problem that we have to address ourselves. And so that is where I'm coming from. This last weekend has been a terrible weekend, and it has been a crisis, but I would tell you it was a crisis a week before that, and a week before that, and a week before that. So tell me, other than the fact that a 1-year-old got shot and someone got killed, what made this weekend a crisis, and it wasn't a crisis that we should have been addressing 2 weeks ago or a month ago or 6 weeks ago?
Well, being that I'm the person that issued the declaratory statement, I think that's more directed towards me.
No. I'm not, and I'm not impugning anybody. I'm just trying to figure out that we've all known about this, and we all get calls. And, you know, Kathy Webb and I probably send you more texts from people who complain than anybody in the world. But it is, I know that this has been a terrible weekend, but it's been a terrible fall, and it's been a terrible 2 years, and we're spiraling out of control. And so one of the questions that people ask me over the weekend is, why are we now saying it's a crisis and it wasn't a crisis 2 weeks ago? And anyone can answer it. And I just would like to have.
And I'll explain when I walk through the resolution.
Okay.
Did you have some more questions for Chief Humphrey or Bewley?
Yes, I do. Chief, do you think that our policies over the last 6 months or a year of not trying to crack down as hard as we could has enabled people to think that they have permission to do things that they shouldn't be doing now?
Director, we have been cracking down. As you know, 800 guns off the street, 500 people arresting. The fact of identifying people, the arrests that we've made regarding our homicides and our terroristic threats, we have been cracking down on people. But as I said earlier, these are individuals that continue to believe that they can continue to do and what they want to do. And so we're not talking about one person. This isn't the situation where we're talking about, we know John Doe is a criminal, he carries a gun. This is a situation where we're talking about multiple individuals in small pockets. You identify one, you still have another person. You get information, you have to follow up on all of the intel that you receive. So to say that we haven't been cracking down is really unfair. It's not accurate, and it's unfair because we have. You don't drop a crime rate from 22% down to 11% by not cracking down. our DDAX, our technology. We utilize that, our community partnerships. We've done projects with our federal partners. The officers that we have assigned to the task forces have worked extremely hard identifying these individuals. But you have to understand that these individuals move from town to town. Some of these individuals don't even live in our city. A lot of times we have individuals that have committed crimes. We put them in jail. Next thing you know, they're out. We have no idea these individuals are out until they commit another crime. Then it's difficult to find these individuals. These are the things we're talking about. So we're cracking down on it. I want to go back to the question you asked earlier. You have to put it in perspective, Dr. Kapiris. This is a problem. So everything we're doing cutting edge stuff that other cities aren't doing. When you look at cities smaller than us, when you look at cities the same size, our numbers are nowhere near them. So you have to put it in perspective that this is a problem that we're seeing in the nation, and we're not immune to it. And so I understand what you're saying, but we focus specifically every initiative that we do, every detail that we do, we tailor it for Little Rock. We tailor it for the intel that we receive, for the suspects we know that allow us to be able to address the problems that are being committed here in Little Rock. But also, Dr. Kapiris, anytime there's a shooting, anytime there's a homicide, it's critical. But what made it this past weekend is we had multiple shootings. And so this was a weekend that, we don't have these type of events every weekend. So beyond what people believe, we don't have these type of incidents. We don't have incidents where we have 11 people shot in a weekend. And we don't. Every weekend we don't. And so for that to be conveyed, that's not accurate. And so, but we treat every day as a critical day in the city of Little Rock. There are so many things that go on that have prevented us from having increases in some of the things. We have prevented so many homicides, so many shootings, so many incidents, but I think people want this to go away, to stop. It's not going to stop overnight. It's not a simple police fix. This has been a problem over the last 5 years in the city of Little Rock. Not the last 3 years, but the last 5 years, we have seen this type of action, and we've seen violent crime creep up. So it's not a last 3-year deal, last 2-year deal. It's just more prevalent because it's happening throughout the nation, and that's what makes this more prevalent and brings more awareness to it.
Okay. Let me ask you a different way, same sort of question. And these are comments that were made by your officers to family members, and it's whether in West Little Rock or East Little Rock or south of 630 or north of 630. These are the comments that people have told me over the weekend that alarms them that your officers have advised citizens. One is don't go out after 7 p.m. because it's not safe to go out. Now, these are your officers that are telling citizens, and this is all over the city. Be sure you lock your doors at night. Be sure you don't go out around 7 o'clock at night because that's the time where most of the people are starting to do things because it's the change of shift. Nighttime is much more dangerous because we have so many officers that are missing. And, it's a debate about how many people we don't have right now, but I think the thing that Sarah sent out last week was 50 officers. Is that right? That we're down. So if all those things are true, have we asked the governor if we can get the state police in? Have we asked the county judge if we can get county policemen in? Have we thought about bringing the National Guard in to help us get through this crisis?
Dr. Kapiris, I want to say that everything you said is absolutely false. And I'm not saying what you're saying is false, but the information that you're receiving is absolutely false. And I would be concerned that officers are telling citizens that. People have a freedom to go anywhere they want to, any time of day. That type of information is what puts fear in people's, in our citizens, you can go anywhere in this city that you have a right to go. So if we have officers that are telling people that, that's a problem, and we need to correct that. If we're having officers that are telling people that we don't have adequate staffing and patrol on certain night, that's inadequate. And so we provided the numbers to everyone. We're 92%. Our department's 92% staff. We just graduated a class. We're starting a class in 2 weeks of 21 officers, 21 recruits. So to send that type of fear, and for citizens to, if my officers are telling people that, problem I have with that is, why not call the chief? Why not call the assistant chief? Why not ask that information? Why, if that's something I would ask that citizens need to follow up, because that's concerning. If I heard that information, I would be concerned too. But you have a police chief, you have assistant chiefs, you have supervisors that can provide that information. So we can even provide information on the time of day that we're having these crimes, these type of incidents. But no one in this city should be afraid to go out. And I really wish people would call and ask that, so we can provide accurate information. And I can assure you that we are going to have these detailed conversations with our officers regarding what they tell citizens and what's accurate and what's inaccurate.
Well, going back to the question about, have you asked the governor about the state police and the county judge about police from the county and the National Guard to try to get us through this period of time?
Well, sir, we haven't reached the point, and since I've been, we haven't reached the point of anywhere near the National Guard. That's a state of emergency, and so that's something that's we don't even need to consider. We have an amazing relationship with the state police and the county. We're all in this together. We continuously talk. We share information. So, as a matter of fact, last night, Director, we had a pursuit that started in our city over possible suspects that were involved in violent crimes, and we initiated the pursuit, and we called it off for safety purposes. State police picked it up and ended the pursuit near Pine Bluff, and we assisted in the arrest. So we have those partnerships. They work. They've been working for years. We've never had a problem with getting assistance from the state police. They've never had a problem getting assistance from us. Same with the county. There's never been a problem with us working together and us all coming together, because the same problems we're having, they're having.
Well, but we've not asked them to come into our jurisdiction and work specifically in different areas in our jurisdiction.
Director, they work, they work with us on a voluntary basis. And so we talk, if we needed the state police, but we're always working with the state police. And so we've worked different initiatives with the state police. And so yes, we've let them know that any assistance they could give us would be appreciative. And so yeah, we have that relationship. They help us all the time. So this is no different.
Okay, and then my last comment, and when we go over this, I've got some other comments, is that I want to tell you both how much I appreciate the people that are on the ground and all they're doing. This is an extraordinarily difficult circumstance. It is very analogous to what I see in the hospital. Dedicated people doing more work than they should have to do and working under more adverse situations. So none of these questions should be taken to impugn anybody. My desire is, how do we make the people literally and figuratively safer in this city and feel secure? But I will promise you, the people that I talk to don't feel safe going out at nighttime, and they don't feel safe going to her restaurant, and they don't feel safe going to the River Market, and they don't feel safe going out in East Little Rock. And the people that went to Pinnock Boys Club to play basketball don't feel safe now going to Pinnock Boys Club. And that's a real problem. And that's what I think we need as a group of 11 people in the police department to try to solve a way to take care of this community's problem. And that's as you said, we're different than Chicago or Atlanta or Des Moines, Iowa. And so let's focus on what we can do here. Thank you.
Director Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. And I certainly support the efforts to have this declared a public emergency. I think that's extremely important. I think it sends a message. I can say, just to put this in perspective, several weeks ago, I was looking at national news, and the chief of police of Los Angeles got on national TV and said, "Don't come to Los Angeles because it is not safe." That's what the police chief said. So, Chief Humphrey, you're not saying that. You're not telling the public not to come to Little Rock, are you?
Director, you'll never hear those words come out of my mouth because that's panic and it's totally untrue. We're having pockets of violence, and so I think that comments like that does send fear to the citizens. But I think it's important for me as the police chief to convey the things that we're doing, and that no one should be held prisoner. I can't force people not to be afraid, but what I can say is that this city is guarded by some of the best men and women in the nation, and every day we pride ourselves on addressing these issues. And so, to those citizens who feel unsafe, I'm sorry that you feel that way. That is not the Little Rock that we want. But I will tell you this: the majority of our citizens, in talking with them, the majority of them that I talk to, and I talk to a lot of people. I don't talk to 2 or 3 people. I talk to a lot of people. They refuse to be held hostage in their homes. They believe that this city is viable. They appreciate the police department. They appreciate the work that we've done. And the first thing they will say, Chief, it's not the police department's fault. You guys are doing everything that you can do. And so I really appreciate that, but absolutely not, Director Miller. I will never say, don't come to this city, because that sends fear and that sends a false message about this city.
Now, having said that, I will tell you that perception is reality in a lot of people's minds. And so I've been getting calls that people don't feel safe, and that is how they feel. And so that's the perception, and that's their reality. And so, you know, a lot of this is happening in Ward 1. I get a lot of calls about this, and I can tell you that I have some very specific questions. Certainly, Mayor Scott, I look forward to you going over the resolution as it relates to targeted areas, because I've had specific questions about certain areas of the city, specifically Asher headed toward University, that stretch. So I don't want to get out in front of the resolution. I got some questions specifically as it relates to that. But you know, the Chief, is a tough job. I appreciate certainly what was, you know, you and the staff have to do, and you know, serve and protect the city. But I get a lot of calls, and the perception is that they're not safe. And I can tell you that I have some reluctance to go to certain parts of the city at certain times of night just to drive through. I may just want to get on the freeway as opposed to drive through certain parts of the city. That, I'm just sharing the truth with you on that. And so, you know, Mayor Scott, you know, when we go over this resolution and you're talking about some of the things that that we're going to go to and some of the things we're going to enhance, I'm looking forward to that discussion because there are some questions specifically as it relates to this resolution and what we're going to do about it. But again, Chief, people have a perception, and that is reality to them. And so I want to share that, and I'll save some other comments, Mayor Scott, after we go over this resolution, because you may address them and I won't have to ask them. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Director Wyrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the comments from the other directors that have come before me. I know recently we were labeled as one of the most violent cities. And Director Miller brought up the perception is reality, and I believe that is true. And he also talked about places that he was kind of nervous about going to. I feel the same way. I go one place to buy gas, and I might run on empty just so I can get to that gas station because I feel safe there. The crime situation is alarming. This board has been concerned about it for some time, and we've been concerned about the resources, how many police officers we have. We're concerned about our employees. We want to make sure that they're safe and that they have everything that they need in order to do a good job. One of the things that, Chief, you stated was that a lot of people tell you that you're doing everything that you can do. And by making that statement, and I don't mean that to be an indictment, I want to know what it is that you need from this board in order to do more. So if you can share that with us. The other thing that I have is you're talking about the federal task force, and courts was mentioned just briefly. Are the courts a part of that federal task force, and are they working in concert with that group to make sure that some of these bad actors are not out on bond when they shouldn't be? You said if you see something, say something. And I'm curious to know who were to say those things to. I remember New Year's Eve at my house in Southwest Little Rock. It sounded like a war zone. I have never heard so many gunshots, and there were multiple gunshots. And so that told me there's a lot of people with a lot of guns and shooting. I know it was celebratory, but that just lets you know that there's a lot of guns on the street. And at that particular time, it seemed like everybody was right around me. I've never heard that much gunfire. I called the mayor Friday night, I guess. There was a report about the shooting at 6:30 in University. And I called him to find out what happened because the news put out a broadcast that there were multiple people shot. That was very concerning to me. I went out to I know I'm kind of rambling, but this is just things that I was thinking about when everybody else was talking. I went out to look at the 911 communications. And Chief, before you got here, we used to be able to hear police calls on the radio. And we've not been able to do that for a while, but we've been able to go out to look at the 911 communication site where it pops up, you know, where the crimes are and things like that. And that was supposed to be part of a trade-off from not being able to hear it on the radio anymore. And it appears that we're not keeping like a full day's load on there, because I was looking for another incident and I wasn't able to find it, but the time had rolled off like 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if we're keeping 12 hours on there or 24 hours. It was 8 or 9 pages worth. Maybe we get to a certain number of pages and we dump. I don't know how that works. Dean brought up or Director Campiris brought up the National Guard, and you said it wasn't a state of emergency in order to bring in the National Guard. So if it's not a state of emergency, then how does that relate to this resolution that we have tonight that's a public health emergency? Because the National Guard does work with public health incidences. you're talking, going back to see something, say something, and trying to understand who it is we talk to, because I know we do a lot of incident reports via email or via system now, so we're really, we're talking to somebody, but I don't know what the feedback is from those calls we're doing. Like to know how many guns that we pulled off the street. I know on the quarterly reports we get a number of guns that have been pulled off, but total in the city. And how many police officers are we down? I know we have recruits out there that probably have not been through their 3 months of training. So how many trained, ready to go police officers do we have on the street? And I look forward to the mayor going over the resolution, because there are some questions on there of things that I thought we were already doing. So, Chief, I don't know how much of that you want to respond to. It's just some thoughts that I've had in trying to think about the crime situation. I know you had a big weekend. When I looked at the 911 calls that I could see, it was very active. So you've got a big job, and I appreciate what you're doing. But we're all looking to you to help us. And I don't think there's a person on this board that's not willing to do whatever it takes, whatever's needed in order to make this city more safe. But you do need to understand that perception is reality. There's a lot of people that think we're an unsafe city.
And Chief, before you speak, just one clarification. Only the governor can call the National Guard in a state of emergency. I think many times when you use that interchangeably from that standpoint, and we're nowhere near the need to call the National Guard to enter in a police state in our city. But I just want to make sure that's...
Good. I'm glad you said that, because I'm trying to figure out what that distinction is, because I know they work on public health issues. I also got a text that the governor has called additional support from the state police on I-630 and I-30, and I don't know if you all were aware of that, if you were involved in it.
Yeah, so the governor and I visit quite often, because, and the governor and I have spoken today. He, as we all know, the state police governs the interstate and the highways. Some of our recent shootings actually happened on the interstate, and so they are just increasing the patrols on the interstate. They govern that, and they are increasing the patrols there. And Governor I has spoken on a number of different things. We've even spoken about this resolution, and I'll take some more, discuss more of that later.
I think that's a good move. And also, there seems to be a lot of situations on Baseline Road, and that's a state highway as well. I don't know if that was entered into the discussion or not. University is an interesting place, and we now have University under our control as far as public works, but I don't know about state police. Would they have any control over University?
No, I believe, and Mr. Moore, if my memory is correct, I know with the whole I-30 expansion, we took over majority of University. So there may be one small segment of University that's still state highway, but majority of University now is.
Well, I knew we took over the public works piece of it. I just wasn't sure about the situation with the state police and that kind of thing. Okay, thank you.
Chief Humphrey?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Director. You asked what do we need from the board? We need solidarity, and we need the board to understand that that this is going to be all inclusive. We need everybody sitting down, coming up with ideas. That's what we need. We need the resources as far as officers. You know, will we ever have enough officers? Absolutely not. But the officers, the main thing is, how do you deploy the resources that you have? So I can have 1,000 officers, and if I'm not deploying them correctly based on our data, based on hotspot policing and precision policing, then it doesn't do any good. And so we dedicate our officers to the areas that we have issues. And as I go back to say, we have made a lot of arrests. We've identified a lot of suspects. Last year, we took 800 guns off the street. 800 guns off the street. Um, there's no way to determine how many actual homicides or shootings that we prevented, but we know we prevented quite a bit. We made a lot of arrests. When you talk about the task force, that falls under the federal prosecutors, the U.S. Attorney's Office. That doesn't fall under the district courts. That falls under the federal. So that's why you hear us saying that if these individuals are of age, these gun crimes are going to be filed federally. We filed a lot of cases. The thing about it is we can file the cases, and then there might be some that the U.S. attorney may not be able to accept because they, we don't have any control over what they accept. But we have a really good relationship with them. And that's why we are able to do a lot of the things that we do because of the task forces and the resources that they have. You asked a few other questions. Can you just refresh my memory?
Yeah, if you talk with individuals as Dean and Director Pierce and Director Miller were talking about, you'll say, well, did you report that to 911? Did you report that to someone? And they all say that they did, but they say nothing ever happens. So that's kind of issue with individuals. They turn things in, but they don't feel like the issues are being addressed. And so when you say, if you see something, say something, what are you really telling the people to do? Are you telling them to call 911? Are you telling them to send emails? How should they address the situations that they find themselves in? I hate to go back to New Year's, but that was really an issue in the whole city, was the gunfire that was going on. It was pretty scary. But on a day-to-day basis, which we're talking about now and trying to address things, what is their best avenue if it's not, if their life is not threatened? Obviously, they'd want to call 911, but are there other avenues of approach for individuals to try to get situations taken care of? Like they see something going down the street, they think it's drugs, they think it's a suspicious person. What is their best avenue to get things addressed?
Director, all of the above. And I want to share with all the directors and the public, we get a lot of information, and a lot of the arrests that we make, a lot of the things that we've done to be preventative has come from information related to things that are passed on to us through our telephone reporting unit, whether it's 911, whether it's informants, whether it's people call from my office, whether you all send information. You send information, that information is followed up. Now, the thing that I think that citizens want to see, they think that once they provide information, things automatically stop. Well, unfortunately, that's not the case. Sometimes the information that they give us is based on something that we already know, information that we're currently working on that we might not be able to divulge to them. But I think a lot of it is just impatience. People want to see things happen overnight, and that's just not the way that it works. But we have so many different things: 911, non-emergency numbers, TRU, our community resource officers, the chief's office, the patrol divisions, officers out on the street get information. People call officers' cell phones. People call our SID office, our special operations office. So we get a lot of information, but some of the information is duplicate. Let me talk about celebratory gunfire. I'm sorry, y'all. That's just the way some people bring. I don't like it. It's very dangerous. But unfortunately, that's the way some people they celebrate. We don't like it at all. There's a small chance you're going to find out, because what happens is individuals step outside, they fire their weapons, they go back in. It's very difficult unless you actually see someone firing a weapon and catch them in the act. It's very difficult during that celebratory gunfire to actually catch someone. We need people to report that because we might already be in that area. And if they say my next door neighbor, we get an address, we can go by there and at least contact those individuals. But 95% of the calls that come in or more, we don't have an address. All we have is that there's gunfire in the area.
Yeah.
And so that's very difficult to track down. And that's why we tell people to dial 911. We have the NIBIN system. And the NIBIN system, you know, we have to have a gun though. And so, you know, we pick up those shell casings, and if we have a weapon, if a weapon ends up that we confiscate or that we seize in a vehicle, we test that to see if it comes back to any of those rounds. That helps us too. You know, but I will tell you, you know, we talk about the city of Little Rock being named one of the most dangerous cities. I will tell you that I don't buy into that because unless the FBI is putting out those numbers aren't accurate. And I will tell you some of those things that come out are for profit um, subscriptions. But if the FBI says that, then it's valid. And the FBI has not said that. That's information that people have based on certain crimes. Let me just share something with you also really quick. So let me tell you how the FBI counts numbers. We use the NIBR system, National Incident System, and so I'll give you an example. If there's one shooting and there's 15 people in a house, that's listed as 15 offenses.
Right.
That's one incident, but that's listed as 15 offenses. That makes our numbers look bad, but we're going to report it correctly. There are some departments that will fudge the numbers, but we're going to go by what the FBI states. It used to be UCR. So if you had that one shooting, that would be one incident. But I want people to understand that if you have one incident and you have multiple people in a house and a car, that is the number of incidents that they have as far as individuals in that car. A lot of that is what's hurting our numbers. But that is what it is. We have to deal with that. And so that's in fear when the citizens don't understand how the system works. I don't like that system, but guess what? That's the system that we have. We're going to follow that because the minute we start dodging away from that, then we're lying and we're sending a false message to the community.
Okay, and I brought up the celebratory firing only because it made me aware that there are a lot of guns. I'm in the rural part of the city, not very many houses, and it was gunfire everywhere. So when you were talking about all these people that have guns, then that made me aware that, you know, everybody around me's got guns. I left one question off that I meant to ask you, and I think it's important, and that is, these shootings that we are seeing around the city, what percentage of those shootings are individuals that know each other?
I'm very comfortable in saying, Director, 95 to 99%.
So it's not just random driving down the street shooting, it's people that have an issue with someone that they know.
Yes, ma'am. As I said before, you know, there's 1% of that population that's the sad thing about it though, Director, is you have an incident like the 1-year-old and her caregiver that was struck. But these are targeted, they're targeting each other. These aren't random situations where they're targeting your ordinary citizen. They know who they want to shoot. They shoot at those individuals. That's the message we want to send. Now, that's still concerning that you have individuals out here shooting wildly, but they know who they want to. They know they have a target in mind when they're doing this, and so that's the message that we want to send from the Little Rock Police Department as the chief of the police department. That yes, that's why we don't want people to fear about going anywhere, but we want people to be concerned and cautious because we do have those individuals that they're shooting at each other, but those bullets got to have to go somewhere.
Right.
They're targeting each other in small pockets of the city. And that does concern, but that's the message we want to convey. They are targeting each other. Each and every one of the homicides that we've had this year, and the majority of the ones we had last year, they knew each other in some way, some form of disagreement, some form of relationship, whether it was marital, domestic, domestic related. That's what we're seeing. We're not seeing people just walking down the street shooting people. We're seeing targeted individuals because they don't know how to resolve their conflict.
Okay, I thought that was important to get out, so thank you.
Thank you, Director Wyrick. We'll go to Director Peck, and then after Director Peck, Director Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I haven't read verbatim the resolution, but will. Tom, did you author this, or were you involved in this? Writing of the
The resolution was authored by Kendra Pruitt, and then late this afternoon, we made some comments.
Okay, just curious about that. I won't belabor all of this because my colleagues have made most of the comments I want to make. The number one thing that resonates with me is what Director Miller has said: perception is reality. And I am sad to say that I know personally 3 people that are moving out of the city limits because of fear. And that really breaks my heart. And they're sad as well. So I want to go back to the celebratory gunfire because I too am not in a remote area, like you are, BJ, but it was crazy. And I didn't grow up hearing celebratory gunfire, but obviously we have it now. I mean, wouldn't this be a prime time to go out and arrest people for illegal guns? I mean, it seems like we know where they are, we know where the clusters are, and work on getting some of the guns off the street. I mean, I know you're making great strides in doing that, Chief, but it seems like this would be a time to really go after some of the illegal guns. And, one thing that we have to remember is, this happened in Kathy's ward in Hillcrest. What goes up has to come down, and we both have an acquaintance there whose house was struck during this time and missed her and her husband by, I think it was a matter of inches. I'm really ready to do just about anything to make the city a safer place. Chief, I think that you'll have us all on board. The thing, and I'll go back to what Doris was talking about earlier, I wish we would have done this long ago. It's not new, it is escalating, and I know we've all been very, very preoccupied because of the pandemic, and I know that crime has been exacerbated by the pandemic, but I mean, we all have to be honest. Perception is reality. People, whether they're here or live outside of here, my family in New York, it's like, oh my gosh, Little Rock's on the news again. Perception is reality, and it's up to us to do something about it. I didn't really have a question. I just needed to say those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Peck. Director Richardson, I believe next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm truly, Lance, flummoxed by this conversation. Chief, I first want to thank you for your presentation. I want to thank you for your leadership. And Chief Billy, I want to thank you for your presentation as well. I think it's quite interesting. The Chief has mentioned several times, a lot of us, including me, has mentioned several times, we cannot police our way out of these issues. It can't happen. It's not real. It's not real. It cannot happen. You cannot police your way out of unemployment or underemployment. You can't police your way out of lack of fair housing. You can't police your way out of the disparity, a disproportionate number of convenience stores and liquor stores in certain parts of our city. And Chief, you say it's certain pockets. It happens in pockets. We know where those pockets are. We know that. I remember 5 years ago, we talked about the same thing. And I made reference that Bruce was the only one who mentioned anything about it. And the next week we met Director Webb was the only one who followed up. We had a triple homicide near the 12th Street Police Station. We had 5 homicides in the weekend. Not 11 shootings, 5 homicides. And prior to that, we had a 2-year-old get murdered and a 3-year-old get murdered. Not one single solitary word. So I agree wholeheartedly. Perception is reality, but sometimes we can perpetuate the perception. And I just think it's really unfortunate because for me, when it happens to one, it's a crisis. Unlike my good friend, Director Peck, she knows 3 people who are going to move. I know 3 people who got killed in the last 2 months because of the work that I used to do. And Chief, would you agree with me that a lot of this stuff is retaliatory, and it's retaliatory to the retaliatory actions based on incidents, whether it's a girl or a guy, or it's involved a trap house, or somebody is doing something that has some kind of conflict, and most of this, like you said, people know each other. So a lot of this is retaliatory to one small incident, and by the time it gets blown up, they feel like they have to act on it to show their manhood or womanhood. Is that correct, Chief?
Yeah, Director, absolutely. This is, like I said, this is the majority of this is retaliatory. Remember I said there was 5 areas, and that's the music, the drugs, social media, territory, uh, 2 boys over a girl, 2 girls over a boy, issues, and the main thing, street survival. Let's just be honest. This is a gun state, and people love their guns here.
Thank you.
So it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone on the board that you're hearing much celebratory. Every time we look up, somebody's passing a new gun law. And that's the thing. I mean, guns are accessible. When you have open carry, um, guns are accessible. Guns will be stolen when they're accessible as they are. These people that we're dealing with are not getting these guns legally. They're stealing them. They're trading them for drugs. They're trading guns out. So if they commit a homicide, they trade out and get another gun. That's a gun we may not trace. That's the thing that we have to understand. It's not just one component of this. It is so many different moving.
It bothers me that I agree wholeheartedly. It bothers me that the people we're talking about arresting and locking up look like me and people that I worked with in the past. And would you agree, without any juvenile justice reform, where black males, when I was doing the work a number of years ago, was 6 times more likely, Hispanic males were 4 times more likely to be confined to the juvenile justice system than white males were, despite committing the same crime and having the same background? And would you agree that introduction to the jail system, where some of them get their diplomas, PhDs, master's degrees, bachelor degrees, that's where they learn criminology, in places where they may should have been involved in some program rather than introduction into the jail system?
Rick, I agree that there should be programs, but I also agree that some of these individuals we're dealing with, they've never been on our radar. They've never been in the criminal justice system. They've never been in the juvenile system. And our juvenile system here in the state of Arkansas is broken. And so you have kids that have committed felony offenses that they never see a day behind confinement. And so there are those programs. How do you make those kids? How do you make those kids go to the program? I'll give you an example. We have a young man that we've been dealing with. We even met with his probation officer. We had a detective that even went to court, basically saying why that young man should not be released. I mean, what do you do with a young man that you put a leg monitor on? He cuts the leg monitor and he leaves. And then you talk to his relatives, and his relatives won't tell you where he is. Director Peck asked a question about getting these individuals with guns. We're doing that. The intel that we get with our federal partners and ourselves, we're getting those guns. And I think that's one of the things I need each and every one of you all to understand. For every gun we take off the street, there's 5 to 10 more that pop up. We'll say that again. For every gun we take off the street, there's 5 or 10 more that pop up.
Chief, I know that. I absolutely agree wholeheartedly. We have far too many weapons, and that work.
Too many weapons in this state.
Too many in our city, in the hands of the wrong people. And now young people, unlike in the 90s where they were trying to hide their weapons before they go in stores, they make sure their weapons are visible to other people in the parking lot so they know what they're dealing with when they come out. That's unfortunate reality. And I think the abnormal cultural norms that some of them are living by or living through are unfortunate as well. I think the other point that Chief, I think you made, or that I think I want to make, because I find this conversation really, really, really amusing. Um, I really do. I mean, at what point in time do we determine? And Mary, I'm supporting your resolution. At what point in time do we declare the crisis or an emergency? It's either the first homicide to me. Is it 22? Is it 23? Is it 24? Because in 2017, when I made reference to those numbers, those young people that were killed, nobody said a single solitary word. That's why I love that we tape these meetings. And the only person who said something the following week was Director Webb. And at what point in time does it happen? When it becomes a crisis, when it gets out that pocket, out that box, when it happens in somebody's ward, when it happens to somebody that looks like them. I think it's quite frustrating. And I think one of my colleagues made reference to the fact that our young people now have this deadly mindset that they had in the 90s when I did the work with them. They have a deadly combination of fearlessness and hopelessness. So you can put 1,000 cops out there. They're not afraid. They don't have any hope for anything. It's not going to change. We have most of our police. We have our police and heaviest police presence in areas where they have the highest criminal activity. We have abandoned houses that become trap houses. Who knows what a trap house is? They have vacant cars that become trap cars. Those become magnets for criminal activity. Those become the sources of a lot of the stuff. And we don't have anything. And I'm glad, Dean, you made said a wonderful word that I want to dovetail on. I think, Mr. Mayor, your election as the first popularly elected black mayor of the city of Little Rock is somewhat analogous to the election of President Obama, despite the fact that you're not as light skinned or as good looking. But President Obama doing a joint session during the joint session of Congress, had a congressman stand up and say, "You lie." I've never seen that before. Stand up and said, "You lie." Mayor, since you've been on this board, you've had disagreements with a couple of my colleagues. I've had a couple of them walk out. Never seen that before with your predecessor, even though they had disagreement on numbers. And I just think it's somewhat interesting that now it's become this emergency, this crisis. People are scared of Little Rock, and I don't want to come to Little Rock. Little Rock was on Banging in Little Rock HBO, 1993. We got national recognition by that documentary. And Chief, in respect to what you said, we got references in a lot of rap songs based on that documentary. A lot of rap songs based on that documentary. So this is nothing new, guys. This has been happening. When his predecessor was sitting in that seat, we said the reason it's happening is because we can't get cooperation from the community. That was said. That was presented to us. We can go back and check the tape. When his predecessor was sitting in that very seat he was sitting in, what was told to us was that we can't control it or bring it under control, not because we don't have enough police, well, because we don't have enough cooperation from the community. That was the reason that was given to us in 2017. It was given to us as a rationale for why this is happening, not because we don't have enough police officers. And I just think we need to look at it. We need to be objective in terms of how we address these issues, guys. I know my good friend Dean. Dean would never prescribe a prescription for a patient he hadn't talked to or spoken with. Just watching somebody walk across the parking lot limping, he can't make a diagnosis of what's causing that limp. We got to talk to them. We got to talk to the people who are working with them. And then to your point about Pennick, most of the people we need to engage have been banned from a lot of these buildings, facilities. And the only way they can get back in there is if we had programming to engage them and, lack of a better word, control them. That was the only way they was able to get back into those programs. And I think it's somewhat interesting that we have a whole different mentality. I do. I'm the choir member that's singing out of tune. But I believe we do need to have more boots on the ground. But I ain't talking about boots handcuffing people. I'm talking about people out there working with them. They handcuff their minds. Because a lot of them, they're thinking the culture abnormal norms that they're living by is causing all of this. People, I don't want more people out there putting handcuffs on them. I want people out there helping take the handcuffs out their minds so they can see the silliness of what they're doing. We were able to do that back in the 90s when we had street-based intervention, crisis intervention. It happened. A lot of us were shot at plenty of times trying to do that work. And a lot of it, Chief, I hope you would agree that it's retaliatory. I mean, the shooting at La Changes, based on the people I know, that's responsible for about 3 of the last shootings that we had. Based on that one shooting that night. The shooting on at La Changes was responsible for one at 28th and Adams because it was located and the person, one of the perpetrators or suspects or victims, was involved in a trap house there. A lot of this stuff is interconnected, guys. It's not like they randomly going down shooting at people in certain parts of the city or at convenience stores. The chief said it correctly. Anybody who's worked with them knows this. They know each other. They have relationships. Sometimes.
Director, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir.
So,
Trying to calm down.
The question was asked earlier about guns. Just last week, we took 23 guns off the street. Just last week, 23 guns. Let me say this real quick, going back to what you said. I think this is important. We talk about what the police department is doing proactively. Chief Haskins and some of our SROs located 2 individuals that are in this age group that we're talking about, and asked them would they sit down with us and kind of so we can get an understanding of what's going on with this violence. Why is this occurring? And these two young men finally sit down with me, Chief Haskins, some of the SROs, and we ask them just straight questions. What's going on? And they basically said it's the music. It's about that dollar. It's about that dollar. And Chief Haskins asked them if you could leave this city, would you leave the city? And you know what they said? No.
No, they would not. I know.
Because we're making so much money off social media, off our platforms with our music and the hits that we get off of YouTube and things like that. This is how these kids are surviving. This is how they're making their money. One of the kids talked about how they have difficulty finding jobs because of the way they look, their ethnicity. They're having difficulty finding jobs. They say that a lot of these kids just want a job to be able to provide food for their families. A lot of these kids want to be able to buy their mom something nice or pay a utility bill or just buy food. But guess what happened? One of those kids that we sit down and tried to have intervention with that sit there and told us the problems was involved in a shooting, shot somebody not too long ago. So we are sitting down with these kids and trying to get an understanding of what the problem is. And the problem is a lack of disrespect, retaliatory survival, and money.
I think you're absolutely right, Chief. I think in the 90s, the colors was blue and red. And 2022, the color is green. It's about money and it's about making that money. I just differ somewhat with my colleagues. I think we do need to have more people out there in the streets, but I think they need to be doing intervention work and doing crisis intervention and sitting down and helping them work through some of those issues that are silly. And after you sit down and talk with them, they'll recognize it. Oh, that is silly. I'm gonna throw my life away for that. That's silly. And you're absolutely right. They are trying to make money. They are trying to survive and try to take care of their family, put food on the table and clothes on their back. But I'll say this. I know I'm rambling now because I'm finding this conversation really, really interesting. Harvard did a study, chief, mayor, colleagues. They sent out about 250 job applications, the exact same information in both applications, with the exception of one was named Dante Williams, the other one was David Williams. Dante Williams got about 75% less callbacks, despite having the same information that David Williams did. And there's some
Director Richardson, I believe you put yourself on mute. Director Richardson.
Assessment about what the problems are. We don't have gun buyback programs anymore. We don't have community-based, street-based intervention specialists anymore. We don't have people out there talking to them to help them resolve those conflicts long before they play out into multiple conflicts and all this retaliatory stuff that we're seeing. And people know who they are. We know they are. And people know how to engage them. And one of the things we always hear, I think that this perception component is really, really interesting to me because it is reality. But I think we have some people perpetuating the perception for their own purposes. For what those are, I don't know. But I commend you and your leadership. I thank you. I don't know if your predecessors, any of them did what you're talking about doing, reaching out to families after the fact. I commend you for that. And I thank you for all the changes that you've tried to implement and that you've done and stayed strong and hung in there and tried to give us the best police chief that we can have. And with that, Mayor, I get quiet and shut up and listen. I just think it's really, 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 really interesting. If you look at the tape, we had this conversation about 5 people getting killed over one weekend. And it wasn't even 8 blocks from our 12th Street station. And the month before that, we had a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old get killed. Was it not an emergency then? What's the magical, majestical number we have to hit before it becomes a crisis and an emergency where we need to bring in the National Guard and state police and the county sheriff? What's that magical, majestical number? Excuse me. One is for me. It's one. One is too many. And I think we're losing far too many lives in our community because we have young people who've adapted this mindset of fearlessness and hopelessness, and that controls their behavior, that controls their actions. I'm not afraid to drive anywhere in this city. I know all the people are good in the city. We have bad actors in certain parts of the city, but I'm not afraid to drive in any part of this city. And that's it, Chief. Thank you for what you're doing. And we're going to try to get some community help for you to help deal with those bad actors, as one of my colleagues call them.
Thank you, Director Richardson. Director Adcock, your hand was up and then was taken. I just want to confirm. Did you want to have a comment or question?
I just wanted to say, Mayor, that this afternoon, I got a text that the Arkansas governor had put I-30 and 530 with some state police and with a helicopter. I heard from one person going home when they saw the state police and a helicopter, they felt better. They felt like we was doing something. And that's what people need to know, that we are trying to do something and that we really need people to help get it done. You know, last summer we were sitting here talking about loud noise on automobiles and about doing donuts in streets. And tonight we're sitting here about guns and killing people and everything. So we need to get this under control.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's all the directors.
Mayor?
Well, we have Director Fields, but Director Wright,
Yeah, I got a text from a constituent that wanted me to ask if the emergency declaration will help us get a shot spotter in our area.
we'll discuss that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they're watching and they've been texting me, and someone also texted me and saying the FBI has declared us, based upon their statistics, dangerous.
All right, Director Phillips.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor, Chief Humphrey, and Assistant Chief Wayne Bewley. A few things. I got a few statements and a few questions. First, Chief, you asked, I think Director Wyrick, you asked, she asked, what can we do for you? And you say stand in solidarity. And I want to tell you publicly, in front of everybody watching who will watch this, I stand in solidarity with you and Little Rock Police in addressing this issue. I want to be abundantly clear about that. Also want to be abundantly clear that I support the mayor's resolution to declare emergency and take additional steps. I mean, obviously, we can all, I agree that once things happen, you always wish you did more yesterday. But I'm appreciative, Mayor, that we're doing more today. A few comments. One, I heard some talk about the state police and the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, and I appreciate the mayor clarifying the issue as it relates to the National Guard. As a Black man who grew up south of 630, I think people who elected me understand that I come with a certain perspective, and part of the perspective is obviously we got to address this issue, but I'm also concerned about us walking that line and over policing people who look like me, who grew up in the area, who live in the areas that I grew up in. So I know we got to walk a line, but we got to be mindful of those people's rights. I think Chief mentioned that this is a gun state, and we are limited in what we can do as it relates to the prevalence of guns, but that's because people have rights that our state legislature has given to them as it relates to the ownership of guns. And I also think people have rights, human dignity, to not be subject to over policing. So I know that's a delicate line, Chief Humphrey and Chief Bewley, but I trust you to be able to walk that line. Two, I want to commend you. I think I heard you say that your closure rate for 2022 is almost 100%, save for what just happened this weekend. From where I sit, crime is deterred in two ways, and maybe oversimplifying it, but this is how I see it. It is deterred by arrest. When people know, hey, if I do a crime, I'm gonna get arrested, that sometimes affect people doing crimes. So I commend you and your staff for your closure rate. Secondly, and I think Director Wright and Director Richardson mentioned this, the other issue is a hope that people have that, hey, I'm not going to commit this crime because what it could mean for me, what it could mean for others, what it could mean for my family. But if you don't have anything to lose, to Director Richardson's point, their hopelessness, then these value decisions that we all make every day are being made differently by people who don't perceive themselves having something to lose. I think Director Wright said that a lot of folks she heard said they don't expect to make it past 25. And I agree with her. If people feel that way, then that's going to affect their decisions. So I think then that's on me as a city director. I can't speak for anybody else, but that's on me to make sure that we're implementing policies and things that allow people to have hope, allow them to think, okay, there's a life past 25. There are opportunities for in the city. So I want to to the police department that Antoine, that's part of my role, is to help you out in developing policies and procedures and implement things that give people that hope that they need to be a second deterrent that I mentioned. In that regard, I'll take this opportunity to ask the city manager to put on his to-do list, if he would. And maybe, Mayor, maybe you're going to talk about this in your resolution, and if I'm getting out ahead, forgive me. But I think we really need to look at how we are funding programs through our PIT dollars and our community programs. We got to be able to help people who are doing this work and do it in a more efficient, effective fashion. Not to say that the people who are doing the work are not doing the work, but I think there's more work to be done and more people willing to do the work. And we got to be more creative than just saying, hey, that's how we do it, so we can't do it any other way. So if the city manager can add that to his to-do list, I would appreciate that. And Chief, I got two questions for you as I get ready to close. One, is Shot Spotter, I know Director Wright just asked about this, is it helpful in what you've been able to do and capture crimes? And then two, and I know we talked a little bit about guns, but I want to ask more directly, do you think the passing of open carry, does that increase what we're seeing, and does that make what you and Chief Bewley and everyone else at RP do a little bit more tougher than it would be otherwise?
Let me answer that second question, Director. I don't think open carry in itself, but I think that when you have more people buying guns throughout the nation and in this state, there's been a record number of sales I see a lot of them come across my desk where I'm notified that people are going through concealed handguns. So when you buy more guns, that's more availability for those guns to be stolen inside of a home, inside of a car, in other areas. And so, I'm not going to say open carry, because the people that open carry are the ones that are legally doing so. The things that we're dealing with are those individuals where the guns are being stolen, where they're trading guns out of state. We had a group of guys that were going to different states, breaking in cars, stealing guns, and then coming back into the city. So it's not just here. I mean, this thing branches out. And so when you talk about ShotSpotter, it has been valuable. I think that there's some misconceptions about ShotSpotter. I think people really don't understand how it works. But we have been able to identify, find shell casings and identify weapons that may have been used once we find a gun or make an arrest. We have been able to find some individuals that were victims of gunfire that if we hadn't had ShotSpotter and the officers had not been to the scene, we may not have ever found that individual. There's been some that we've been able to save and some we haven't. But I think it is good. It brings awareness to the city with what kind of problem that we're having. Now, let me say this, just because we're hearing this gunfire, it doesn't mean that everybody firing a gun doesn't own a gun legally. Like I said earlier, this is a gun state, and people love their guns. This is a gun nation. Second Amendment's very strong, and so people feel they have a right to discharge their weapons. Whether there's lack of education of what happens to those weapons or not, people are discharging weapons, and so those are things we got to keep in mind. But yes, ShotSpotter is a valuable tool, but I think there's a perception. It's not a complete solution to what we're seeing in our city. And I just want to clarify something for Director Adcock. Crime happens on the highway. So ASP is our own police department. Because you saw a helicopter and because you saw cars, that could have been something that they were engaged in. That doesn't mean that happened. So that's their operation. It doesn't mean that they're a better police department than we are. It doesn't mean that was something, but I'm glad people feel safe. When they see that helicopter, that might deter someone else in our city from doing anything. We've used their helicopter. We've used their resources, but crime happens on highways. And they have the jurisdiction to deal with that. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I hope I answered your question, Director.
You did, and I have one clarification and one more question for you, Chief. First clarification, Mr. Moore, did you get that down for us to kind of take a look at how we allocate dollars to the, and maybe that's going to be addressed later, but I think that's important here as we work with the police department. I don't want them to think that, hey, we expect them to do everything by themselves and we don't have a role in this.
Dr. Phillips, I think even on your next agenda, you will see a series of programs that we haven't seen before from a PIT perspective. We have the staff of community programs and the Office of Executive Administration has worked very hard to, one, we got to follow the procurement rules, but also to try to broaden the scope of what we are asking for. Now, one of our main issues is we're dealing with fledgling organizations that aren't used to responding to requests for proposals, and so we're going to have to have a sort of work with them like we've done in the past to help them from a technical assistance standpoint. So the answer to your question is we are working hard to expand the types of programs that we have funded in the past, and there's a group of programs that are going to the CYF tomorrow, and then you all will have them on February the 8th and 15th.
Okay, thank you. That's good news, and I definitely understand from a legal standpoint, procurement standpoint, what we got to do. And maybe we need to have a person that their job, its only thing to do is to teach people how to respond timely or something. But I want us to be able to really do all we can to partner with the police to address the issue. So thank you, Mr. Moore. Chief, finally, and I said I had one question, I think it's two. One, I heard you mention about kind of the judicial system. Some people get in on, you arrest them, then they get out on bail. I want to know, well, I guess it's more of a statement. I want to say to you, if there's something that I can do in my legal capacity, in my relationships with the Pulaski County Bar, or the Arkansas Bar, to help, create a bridge, amend some fences, or get some better communication about, okay, these people are being released and making sure that the police department knows about it. I don't know how all that works, but I just want to say to you publicly, I'm willing to do that work to help you mend whatever that gap is. And then secondly, kind of reiterate what Director Warwick said earlier. What you mentioned us standing in solidarity with you. What else, or is there anything else that the board can do in addition to what's been said tonight?
Thank you, Director. I think as we said earlier, the solidarity and to realize that push the message that any of the things that you've heard here about this being not people aren't being targeted. This is, but I will tell you one of the things I really would like to see. I would ask each one of the directors here, no matter where your ward is, reach out to these families of these victims. And I really would like for you all to see what they want. We talk about what individuals that have not been affected by these tragedies, but I would ask for you all, no matter what, to reach out to these families. The mayor and I don't want to be the only ones reaching out to these families. My officers don't want to be the only one, but I ask you all to reach out to them and listen to them. I would also ask for the state lawmakers. We make laws based on what a few people want, but call these victims. No one called that 8-year-old girl's family and asked them what they wanted. The next thing you know, we got 2 more gun bills passed. That's not the answer. But I would ask that you all take the time to get to know our victims and their families and see what they want and hear what they have to say. Let them speak to you all. That's the only way you'll know what's going on and how they feel and what some of the problems are. Don't just assume this is a problem or people that may not actually know what's going on or may not be in tune. Talk to people that don't just look at the news. And I don't want you guys talk to people who are not just theory people, who read and that's what they believe. Who talk to people who actually don't know the facts, who are not experts. Talk to these families. Ask them what they're feeling, what they want, what you can do. That's how you all can help us.
I appreciate that comment, Chief, and I'll take you up on that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Director Wright, then Director Warwick.
Mayor, I wanted to follow up on what the chief just said, because I do recall asking him for the contact information for the family of the people, of the young man that was killed on Barrow at 36 and Barrow, and I never got that information. I know it's been a lot going on, but I never did get the information on the family so that I could contact them, because the family of my 10-year-old, I was able to go and visit with the family, and I felt an obligation to do so, and I would like to do so again. Now, I do know sometimes that there are ongoing investigations. There may be reasons that he couldn't reach back out to me, but I never got the information on the family, so I would like to know.
And I do know you go to a lot of family things. Sometimes the families don't want their numbers shown.
Yes,
but
and I do understand that too.
But when there are times that we know the family wants to share their number, we'll make sure that's shared.
But since he made that statement, and it's going all over the state, I want to make it clear that I have requested that information and that I have not always received it. And I do understand that they're limited as to when, and if they don't want to be contacted, they have that right.
Right, yes, ma'am.
So, but I am willing to do that, and I would, if there's any issues that happen in my ward, I want to know about them. I feel like my constituents expect me to know. I don't have a problem reaching out. It's heartbreaking, it's gut-wrenching to do that. And it makes it hard for me to sleep at night, but I am willing to do that, Chief. So anytime that you can share that information with me, and if you would like to share the information on the victims that we've had recently, I will make contact. I'm more than willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Director Warwick?
Well, Doris and I were thinking the same thing, because the chief said to reach out to people. I never know who they are. The information I get is what I read in the press. And, you know, sometimes there's a name there. I don't know anything about the family, you know, where they live, those kinds of things. So if there are people that you all think we need to reach out to, you have that information. If you would share it, I'm sure a number of us would be willing to do that. But my information is basically what I see in the press, in the newspaper. And I mentioned to the chief about the 911 communications, and we never got to that. But if you go out and you look at it, I don't know how long the reports stay online.
We'll get a report.
They were on there, you know, for days and days and days, but I noticed that this weekend, and maybe it was because there were so many and the database filled up or whatever, but it cut off like 3 a.m. in the morning on, I think it was Saturday morning.
We'll get that. I know they've been doing a lot of tech changes and things right now. So Mr. Moore, if you will work with Ms. Green, on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I
Mayor,
believe we've had.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
this is one last point. I'm gonna say this a little bit more calmly than I did my previous point. I think that the pockets that the chief talked about as a governing body, we need to look at those areas and look at those common denominators. Many of those areas where this stuff is happening look like war zones, and they have been the victims of crack war. We got a bunch of abandoned homes, vacant lots. You got a place that doesn't look like a community. They look like a war zone. And I think we need to understand that our job, no matter, Bruce, how many different kinds of RFPs we put out, not only do we have to work with the young person, but listen, guys, we have to work with the family that produced a young person and ultimately heal the community that produced the family. It's not like these folks are inherently criminal by nature. It's just that they're the victims of some of the living circumstances and some of the things that are happening. Back to the chief's point about employment and unemployment, education. There are some systemic things we don't want to look at and talk about. There are some systemic things that we do not want to look at and talk about. And one, I'm glad you made reference to your offer of assistance with the families and the justice system. I think we need to look at the juvenile justice system. We need to look at disproportionate minority confinement. We need to just look at the criminal justice system, period. Some of these young people can shoot somebody and be out on bail the next week, as the chief mentioned. If they shoot somebody north of 630, bail is going to be so high, you won't see them for quite a while. So we need to look at those kinds of things. That happens. I've seen it. I still see it. Go to the courtrooms. Go tomorrow. Go to the county jail and look and see. They're not reflective of the makeup of our community. And there's nothing inherently criminal about the people who are creating some of this chaos that we're looking at. And I always hear us talk about law and order. Nobody wants chaos and disorder, but I never hear, if you say it, you do it with a whisper. You say law and order, justice. We're talking about justice. And we're not talking about going to a court where everybody looks like just us, as Richard Pryor once said, Antoine. That's all you find is just us. We're talking about justice. We're talking about fairness. We're talking about equality. I think Director Peck made reference to it in the opening prayer about equity and equality for all, and having some kind of understanding and knowledge of what that means, what it looks like. And sure, it's going to be uncomfortable. No more uncomfortable than people who have to live with the stuff we're talking about daily. They have to live with this. It became a big deal for us on New Year's Eve, but there are people New Year's Eve that's the norm to them. And these abnormal norms should not be allowed to happen in any part of our city, to anybody in our city. We want the city to be a great place for all. And as the chief made reference to, if we don't give them any choices, if you're thirsty, got a glass of dirty water, you would drink that because you're thirsty. But if you have a choice between that dirty glass of water and that clean glass of water, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna drink that clean glass of water. They don't want to do. Anybody who talks to them and work with them know they don't want to do the things that they're doing, but they feel like they're trapped. And I just think if we can understand and believe and adopt a mindset that governs us and say we can't police our way out of this. I mean, my God, what we want to bring troops in from Iraq? We cannot police our way out of it. You can't police your way out of domestic disputes. You can't put a police in every home in those neighborhoods that we're talking about, those pockets. You cannot do that. You can't put a police on every parking lot of every convenience store or liquor store. We can't do it. And I think that we need to look at that a fair way of assessing what we're talking about and doing, and any kind of request for an objective analysis of how we do our policing is always couched as anti-police. But yet and still, we expect the same thing from these youth programs. We expect them to show us what they're doing is working and how it's working. But you never couch this anti-youth when you ask them to prove what they're doing is working. But whenever you do it with the police department, it's always like a sacred cow. And Bruce, the point about the helicopter, I remember we were doing gang intervention work. We were telling the city, Mayor Daley, this is not helping, man. It's not doing anything. Oh, you guys just anti-police. Mayor Daley, this is a waste of money. We could be money on something else. Police department said, you guys is anti-police. No, we weren't anti-police. And where's that helicopter now today? At that point in time, given the magnitude of the crimes that we saw and the size of the city, we didn't think a helicopter was warranted to helping us solve the gang problems that we had when we had banging in Little Rock. And I think we need to be mindful that there's nobody, no institution above an objective evaluation and analysis and assessment on how they operate and function. And we should welcome that. We should want that so that we know that we're spending our money in the right way and they're doing the kind of programming that's research based and it's based on best practices. And I don't think that's being too out of line, too out of tune with my fellow choir members. But I think it's something we have to recognize and acknowledge, guys. The chief has told us. We've had residents come down there and tell us. The chief has told us we cannot police our way out of this, guy. Now he's been doing this much longer than many of us been on this board. He's a professional. He's an expert. He knows what he's talking about. And I trust in his leadership and his ability to govern us and move our police department in the right direction. I think he has the adequate supportive command staff that's been there for a while, that knows the city. Things that we need to look at that we used to do, Joan, back in the early 90s, where we had a thing called Bridging the Gap basketball series down at Thrasher Boys Club. But we'd have COP officers play basketball games against gang members. And I think I made reference to Major Temple calling me one night a couple of weeks ago after he retired and said he ran to a young man in a convenience store on Broadway, and a young man who's probably about 40, 41 now thanked him. And he said, "For what? What are you thanking me for?" "Well, you helped save my life." "How'd you do that?" "Well, our interactions and conversations when we had that Bridging the Gap basketball series showed me I had some other opportunities and things I could be doing differently than what I'm doing right now." And Major Ken Temple, after he retired, called me and told me that. And we have a PIT program that's been put in place that needs to be assessed and evaluated. And I think Bruce has mentioned before, I hope he still agrees, we need to have an intermediary between the funders, which is the city, funders, and the fundees. So we take politics out of it. So everything that we're doing is based on best practices, it's based on research, it's based on demographic information, not based on who friend wants to have funding for their program. It's not based on my opinion, what I think is working, what I think would be good. It's based on objective, demographic, research-based information. And if we get to doing that and start addressing public safety through community building, I think that's going to be more cost efficient, more effective, and more policing. That's just my last point there. I want to talk calmly before we got off tonight.
Thank you so much. Wanted to take time just to listen to all the members of the board. I only take time to listen to all members of the board. Just want to share the City of Little Rock's appreciation to the men and women of Little Rock Police Department, to Chief Humphrey, Assistant Chief Bewley, Assistant Chief Haskins, and their leadership command team, who are waking up each and every day, putting their life on the line to protect and serve our city. And they're doing a dang good job of doing it, having some of the highest capture rates within this state. And I think they should be commended. And we'll walk through, many have the resolution, which clearly states a lot of facts as it relates to a public health emergency. I won't go through those facts verbatim, which are more the national reason and why I'm asking the city board to consider this resolution, naming this a public health emergency to allow us to do and enact, allow us to exert certain measures to combat the public health emergency as it relates to gun violence and community violence. And so just a few things before I go into some of, yes, Director Campiris?
Can we take a 10-minute recess?
Sure. We'll take a 10-minute recess.
keyboard. Ooh, Sebastian
I
keyboard.
agree. Oh, I'm on, I'm live.
So what happened?
Yes, you are, Director Peck.
I think Director, good evening. We are coming back from our 10-minute adjournment or 10-minute recess. As I was speaking prior to the recess, I want to reiterate the support for the men and women of Little Rock Police Department and what they're doing to protect our city. As we discuss that, I want to try to give a brief overview of the resolution before you. I know many of you received it today. And in times of regular procedures, we would have gotten this to you sooner. But we are addressing this issue in an even more urgent matter than we have before. As you all are aware, a local disaster emergency may be declared only by the chief executive, but I know you all, as fellow elected officials, also have a vested interest in the safety of our residents. We know Ward 6, represented by Director Wright, experiences a lot of our city's community violence. We know Wards 1, 2, and 7, from South End to Southwest, represented by Directors Miller, Richardson, and Wyrick, also deal with violent crime due to socioeconomic circumstances of these neighborhoods. And we occasionally have crime seep into other areas of our city, like we saw last week. The Little Rock Police Department has and continues to do a great job addressing crime over the past 2 years through a pandemic. The question was asked, what is different today than yesterday? So there's no difference in today or yesterday because the city of Little Rock has treated crime as a very urgent matter each year of this pandemic. In 2019, we had 43 homicides. In 2020, when the pandemic started, we had 55 homicides. In 2021, we saw the pandemic continue to persist. We had 64 homicides. And when we look at the data, I think it's good to understand. In 2019, 36 of the 43 homicides were experienced with people who look like me, who look like Director Miller, who look like Director Richardson, who look like Director Phillips. And I say those names because majority of those homicides are male. That's 2019, 36 of the 43. 50 of the 55 in 2020, 56 of the 64 in 2021. And so when we understand what's going on and we share and you see all the data, not only that, the facts that we talk about, that in 2020 and 2021, there's a very difference between that. There was no pandemic. None of us have ever seen before or understood the impact that it has not only on socioeconomic statuses, but also mental health, also what it does for areas where, because we honestly understand right now that the pandemic made things even more acute. It had nothing to do with crime, had everything to do with human safety. And so when we look at that data in 2020 and 2021, and you break down the homicides by age, 35 to 42% in 2020 and 2021 represented the ages of 11 to 24. 11 to 24. Chief Humphrey and Chief Bewley shared already, and as Director Richardson shared also, many times we know exactly who the perpetrators are, where they live, but also we understand there are certain constitutional rights within our city Individuals are innocent until proven guilty, and we will not have a police state in the city of Little Rock. What we will have is a safe city. And we have a safe city by doing the things right now that the men and women of Little Rock Police Department do, and that's the reason why they have a large capture rate already. That's the reason why the Little Rock Police Department has already had Operation Ceasefire. So this is not anything new. We've done a number of different things. Operation Ceasefire started last summer, where the chief of police and his leadership team works with not only the ATF, the FBI, the DEA, the U.S. Marshals, and the U.S. Attorney. And in that summer, they took close to, in summer 2020, close to 100 of the most violent criminals here in Little Rock, but also our region. We have to understand that many people come to Little Rock to commit crime. Many times as individuals who do not even live here. But we have to also understand that Little Rock is the state's largest city. We're the most diverse, populous city. So many times you cannot compare us at the population of 202,000 to a Plano, Texas, that's 287,000. You can't compare us to a Frisco, Texas, which is 187,000. We have different dynamics that are of the size of other mid-sized and large cities. And when we understand those aspects, that it's not just public safety, it's human safety, it's about what are we doing to help the human infrastructure. Right now, we know one of the individuals that is causing a lot of the crime, one of the most violent people in our city, is 17 years old. 17 years old, and 2 weeks ago, Assistant Chief Haskins told me that particular person was out on bond. 2 weeks later, rash of shootings. There's only so many things that our police department can control. And so many times we have individuals, that individual, I hope he or she is not lost, but something went wrong long ago. And so what's different is we have to understand it's not about having 1,000 police officers, because that wouldn't have stopped it. We have to understand that our city right now, even from a police department standpoint, we have a larger law enforcement complement today at 594 than we had 8 years ago at 412. We just graduated 10 officers, and I can tell you there weren't a lot of officers that were signing up to be officers in 2020 and 2021, and we're grateful for that class that we had. And on top of that, in 2022, we have right now in our centennial year, another 20. And we have the fewer vacancy today than we did in 2017, in the height of other crime that we all know that was happening around that time. So it's not an officer issue. The issue is that we as a city have to work together and understand as a public health model, as Director Wright has shared, where we're throwing everything at it. Yes, we've put close to $3 million of our American Rescue Plan Act dollars here. We understand that. But it's taken 2 or 3 months just to get that money out the door. And so when you have an emergency that we know right now that is more than just law enforcement, but it's also people enforcement and what we're doing to ensure that more people have access to capital, more people have jobs, that we have to address our food desert issues, that we have to understand that our children need help. They need more activity and productivity so we can save our children. Because if we don't do something with the holistic approach, we will lose a generation. We cannot lose a generation. And so I'm asking this board to please consider a new way that's not just law enforcement. I'm asking this board to consider and understand there are certain dynamics, there's no quick fixes here. When someone commits a crime, they will be caught in the city of Little Rock, and the data already shows it. We're trying to prevent the crime from even happening. We're trying to instill hope so our kids are not hopeless. We're trying to ensure that they have inspiration, that they understand that they can't have a life past 24. Literally, we have kids, young adults, who have access to an AK-15, 47, a Draco, modifying all these guns. And literally, because there's a diss track, or they felt disrespected, embarrassed, and their natural recourse is to go get a gun and go shoot them. I don't care if you got 1,000 police officers or not, that's not going to stop. There's something else that's wrong. And that's the holistic policy issues that we're asking for. And so what does that look like? Again, I'm asking for a resolution that this board says they're in solidarity, that we have to have a different approach. And in that different approach, we'll understand that there are certain procurement laws that takes too long to get money out on the street to help provide organizations to do certain things to ensure for the days of when we had a New Futures for Youth, of the days that we need to have more street teams. I've been talking with many of my mayoral colleagues across the nation who are experiencing worse crime. And we all are scratching our heads on what we need to do. And one of the things that we also understand that we need to do, in addition to all the law enforcement tactics that Chief Humphrey and Chief Bewley are taking, is that we have to focus on wraparound services, a holistic approach, which are lined out in this document. So what it means is that we reduce procurement rules and regulations that prevent the money getting on the street quick, fast, in a hurry. What it means is we understand that there has to be greater intervention. We have a street team. Right now, our street team, Mr. Moore, is somewhere around 5 to 6 individuals. Many of them are part-time, am I correct, Mr. Moore? We need a full-time street team. We need to increase our street team. We need to ensure that we have the current street team right now. I want to give them a shout out and thank them for what they're doing, because they help provide intel, but they need more help too. And also, it's a new wave. We have to have a street team as well that understands all the aspects of social media, because we need to monitor those things so we can understand that when a crime may happen, because they understand what happened via social media on a Thursday. They understand that some things may happen on a Friday or a Saturday night. So we're asking that we start this process, because it's going to take money to move forward. It's going to take money to address it. That's how we address it, by providing more dollars for prevention, intervention, and treatment, understanding that the dollars are going to the right organizations that are actually talking to the real people. Many things that Director Wright and Director Webb have shared before. And so also understanding that it's happened with a particular youth. I said the ages of 11 to 24 represent 36 to 42% of all the homicides in 2020 and 2021, the highest amount. We know right now that we have a juvenile issue many times, because we understand that juveniles, when they commit heinous crimes, because they are juveniles, they can get a second and a third chance. The issue that we have is we have juveniles who are going and getting these heinous crimes, and they're getting second, third, and fourth chances and are creating more of this havoc. And so we have to figure out different and new ways on how we address it. And so that's lined out on what we plan to do as far as enforcing loitering, because many times it starts there and it goes from a loitering, because as I just shared, if we're having social media beef, it just takes one person to embarrass someone or disrespect someone before they pick up a gun. So we're addressing that in this particular ordinance. We're addressing the procurement measures that we need to do to divert more dollars, because we already are doing it, but we also need to make sure that we do it quicker, that we're able to give more of those resources from a community and holistic approach by working with our Office of Neighborhood Safety, which we allowed that Office of Neighborhood Safety to coordinate what's going on now with the hard work of the $3 million American Rescue Plan dollars that this board voted on, which we appreciate. But there's more work to do. And so the difference is we've been working hard, but we have to do more. And it's not just law enforcement, because that's what we've been doing in 2020 and 2021. Strictly law enforcement. We've done certain things in 2021, but we have to do more as it relates to the holistic approach. And that's why I'm asking this board. I can continue to go on in more detail, but I just wanted to give a high-level overview of what's going on in our city, and we know it, and what we have to do to address it. But it's not just law enforcement. It's also prevention, intervention, treatment. We have to go back and bring back a New Futures for Youth. We have to bring more organizations like that and really put our money there. And that's how we get it done. Any questions from the board?
Mayor, I'm having an issue with putting my hand up from, I switched over to laptop and not familiar with this format. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So, you know, my concern here, Mayor, is that when I look through this resolution and I see the things we've already been doing, I don't see anything new. And it's not true that all we've been doing is policing. We have been spending $5.5 million a year since I've been on the board on our prevention, intervention, and treatment programs. And this holistic approach, and this is going to offend some, the hug a thug does not work. It has never worked. And our problem is we have been tolerant of even the smallest criminal activity in the city for far too long. And this goes to you and your administration. The police chief rolls up to you, and there is a crisis in leadership in the police department. And the folks that I represent in the city that I talk to on a daily basis are tired of it. And you can say we can't police our way out of this. And I know Director Richardson and Director Phillips are going to say, but right now, when you've got lawlessness in the streets like we've had, you've got to start with the smallest thing. I sent you, our panhandlers are so bold that they're putting out chairs, easy chairs, on a median where the federal judge says we can run them off of it. But our attitude has been, well, that's something our police officers don't have time to mess with. Well, I think it's exactly the thing that we should start messing with. You start with the small stuff and the big stuff will take its turn. You set the tone that we're not going to tolerate this. I know for a fact that you can request to the governor and the Arkansas State Police, make up 100 troopers on the ground here within 24 hours. And I disagree. I think what we need is a little bit of a police state to get control of our streets in the short term until we can get all these programs rolled out. We've been doing it, and this is what I'm hearing from my constituents and what I believe. We did it 7 years ago. We let the state police come in and patrol the state highways and the interstate and come in and help us so we could get our officers into the neighborhoods to intervene and stop some of these crimes. They helped us. It was a joint effort, but I never hear any conversation about us participating with the state, and the governor's resources are there for us to ask for. All we have to do is ask. I'm speaking from a point of frustration I've been hearing for the last several weeks, actually the last several years. Just the general tolerance of criminal activity has led to this, whether it's caravanning, panhandling on the corner, and the federal judge gave us guidelines where they can and can't panhandle, but we just let them go wherever they do. We've seen homeless encampments where the environmental impact, we just found one this week over in Cappy's ward. It's just a general sense of lawlessness going on in this city, and it's just not going to be tolerated by our citizens any longer. I don't see anything in this resolution that is any different than what we've been doing. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Thank you.
I wholeheartedly disagree with you, and thank you for sharing your information. We will continue to have the highest capture rate in this state. And what you're saying, what I just heard you say is that you believe the men and women of Little Rock Police Department are not doing their job, and that's not true.
That's not what I said, Mayor.
I'm still speaking, Director Hines. I'm still speaking. I didn't interrupt you. I'm asking for respect, just like I showed you respect. So, as I shared, we're not, from a board perspective, going to say that the men and women of Little Rock Police Department aren't doing their job, because they are. Wholeheartedly. And we're continuing to show new measures, and these are new measures, and we have to continue to show more measures to get this under control from a human standpoint. And we just wholeheartedly disagree, and that's fine. So thank you for your comments. Director Compuris. And also, Director Compuris, one of the things I didn't share, we also are lifting, and you may have saw this, we want to lift some of the budgetary limits that we have on overtime as well. That's one thing that I failed to mention many times. We don't want overtime to be a barrier, particularly, and I'm not saying at this point there's a need for mandatory overtime, but we want to ensure that officers, that they want additional overtime, that that's available and is not a budgetary constraint as well. Director Computers.
Well, I've got a number of questions and then a suggestion. and this may take longer than, this may be something we need you to give us a better definition of. In section, you talked about in section 2, you talked about a holistic approach to addressing violence through law enforcement and community programming. I agree with that, but I'm not sure if I understand. And I'll just go through all of these and you can.
Sure thing. And that's the reason why.
This is section 2. I think we need to define what that is and how that works and where the money comes from. Section 3, the Office of Neighborhood Safety with community programs shall establish an emergency response team to coordinate between the police department. Who's on that team? Who makes it up? How long? What do they do? What are their powers? How do they spend money? Can they spend money? I think you went over the overtime situation. The section 5 and section 6 both talk about hiring and doing different things. But I think that they ought to have by city approval to do those things. I think that there ought to be, those are budgetary items that we need to approve before they're expended. And talk about if we're hiring social workers, we're hiring 2 social workers, we're hiring 10 social workers. And then section 7, I'm not sure what mutual aid is with federal and state partners. How does that work? And then you talked about the laundering. How do you define laundering, and how's that enforced? So those are all issues that I think need to be flushed out. I would offer that we ought to get the answers to those questions and any other questions that other directors have, and then next week at 4 o'clock have a meeting to further discuss this and make a definitive decision. There's just, for me to say that I'm going to vote on this tonight without having some parameters to think about, I have a hard time doing that. So that would be my suggestion to you. And I think we need to act. I was going to offer this earlier, and I think Ken and Doris are right in the way they look at things. There's a cartoon that I look at all the time, and there's a guy in the swamp, and he's trying to kill an alligator. And the caption is that it's hard to remember that you came to drain the swamp when you got to take care of the alligators. Well, we're in the alligator situation right now. So what we're doing now is what we need to get through this critical period, this time of this emergency. The swamp draining is what Doris and Ken have been talking about. Long-term solutions to long-term problems and how to address them. So the last thing I would ask you is how long this is in force. Is this a month? Does it be renewed in a month? Is it a year? Is this a permanent thing? And those are all questions that I think need to be answered. And I would prefer that we have time to really think about it, since I've really just got it tonight to read it for the first time.
Well, thank you for your suggestion. I will address section 1. Section 2. I think we all know what a holistic approach is, which means it's a comprehensive approach, meaning more than just law enforcement. So that's on section 2. The Office of Neighborhood Safety. Many of you know we created the Office of Neighborhood Safety through the Community Programs Division back in October. It's led by Michael Sanders. Michael Sanders is leading the effort along with members of the community program team as it relates to the close to $3 million of the American Rescue Plan Act dollars that are used for the community violence interventionists. That's something this board supported back in October when we have shared not only Operation Ceasefire that was underway, but other operations as it relates to community violence and intervention. On Section 3, the City Hall shall remove temporary budgetary limits related to overtime efforts, Little Rock Police Department for a period of 30 days. From a procurement division standpoint, it says identify opportunities to expedite. Nothing from this board, if we made a decision from that standpoint, this board would vote on anything that's 50,000 and up. So it's coming to the board anyway. As it relates to procurement, when you're in a state of emergency, you can reduce procurement rules and regulations to ensure that we can do things at a more speedy, a more quicker fashion. And so that is the reason. So what that means is if we are able to get more dollars on the street in a quicker fashion, getting through the regulation pieces, this board would vote on those expenditures, just like this board votes on every expenditure over $50,000. The Human Resources Department shall expedite hiring of social workers and other employees to address community violence. Right now, this board supported back in 2020, this board supported the hiring of a mental health social worker who's been helping out with not only mental health situations as it relates to violent crime, but also with our homelessness issue. As a result of our hard work and working with U.S. Department of Justice, we got $1 million grant last year that's going to help expand our mental health workers from 1 to 3. We can hire part-time mental health workers right now to help add additional work for our officers. That's something, again, if it's something outside of the bounds of the budget, it would come to the city board, all within our current authority right now. Nothing from this standpoint is going against any current authority that the city board would not vote on. What we're saying is we have to do more. We have to hire more mental health workers. We have to hire certain aspects as it relates to the procurement pieces of it. So I want to ensure that you all know that. As we go to Section 7, mutual aid, what does that mean? Provide additional opportunities for mutual aid and state partners to remove violent criminals. So mutual aid is what we're doing right now. We want to do more of it, and which may take more resources from our end because we're working with ATF today. We've been working with ATF since 2020. We've been working with the FBI. We've been working with the DEA. We've been working with the U.S. Marshals. We've already been working with the Arkansas State Police when we need them, as well as the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office. All those things we've been doing. We have to do more of it, and it requires more resources from our end as we focus on that. And so from this standpoint on the resolution, it is for right now a period of 30 days so we can cut through the red tape to get more dollars on the street, so we can hire part-time mental health workers to respond to mental health needs and not to the issues where we can free up our officers to go to other issues and what they're focused on from that particular standpoint. And so from a loitering standpoint, I think this entire board knows what loitering means. And so enforcement of the loitering standpoint as it relates to juveniles, addressing the juveniles and addressing the businesses where loitering is happening. And many times because of the lack of a conflict resolution matters, issues happen at these businesses and we need to address it from that standpoint. And again, this will be for 30 days. And quite frankly, there are other measures we could take. We could take a measure of going through a curfew for juveniles. We didn't put that in here just yet. We want to address it first from the loitering standpoint, and hopefully we get a handle of it from that particular standpoint, because I just shared that one of the most violent individuals in our city is 17. This was very targeted in what we're looking for this. So that may be your suggestion, Director Computers. I understand it. We don't got a week to wait on making decisions. And I think this is a resolution. Again, I want this board, us to all work together on this. And I think vote on this resolution gives us time, because when you're in a state of crisis, as we all have been in one with the pandemic, multiple decisions were made day in and day out. We made audibles. This board was here and available. Sometimes I would be calling you, Director Computers, as you were doing things with the COVID-19 task force. You would say, hey, I think we need to go this way. I would think about it, make a decision, and we moved on. We don't have the time to have this kind of issue linger for a week or two when we can continue to address other issues. Again, when we have individuals who are literally are disrespected on social media and they go take to a gun. And I think this is a very well-written draft. It was, as we know, there have been many times when board members utilize other attorneys to draft something because we do understand our city attorney has a lot on his hands sometimes and sometimes without appropriate staffing. And so my chief of staff happens to be an attorney. She can quickly draft resolutions. She did work with the city attorney as the city attorney actually added aspects to this. So this wasn't done in a vacuum. We were very intentional about that. And so I don't see a reason why we can't pass this. And so it'll be up to the board to say no to passing this resolution today, but I don't think we can wait a week.
Well, may I respond, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
As I mentioned in my first question to the chief, this is a crisis that's been going on, and we crescendoed at least in the number of violent episodes. But it is not a problem that we haven't known about and tried to address. And I have a hard time having this sweeping of changes without having time to think about it. And, you know, if everybody on the board says, I'm going to vote for this and we're going to do it, then I'll probably go along. But I think it is a problem that we have known about and has been going on, and we do need to address it, but we need to thoughtfully address it, and we need to understand all the things you're asking us to do. And I always feel much better when I've had the opportunity to hear from citizens the next day about what we're doing. So those are my thoughts, and I welcome anybody else's thoughts on this.
And Director Campiris, I totally understand that, but you and I and this board sat here for a year dealing with a pandemic none of us experienced, and we made a series of decisions, sweeping decisions, and we did that for the right reasons. It was the right thing to do, and this is the same instance. And again, crime has been going on, and in this pandemic, we all are navigating through it. This is nothing new. This is nothing new as relating to crime, but we're trying to do something new and different by having a strategic focus on a holistic approach in addition to what we're doing with proactive policing with law enforcement. We are marrying the two of proactive policing of law enforcement with also proactive human safety measures from a holistic approach. And we can do more than one thing at once. We can pass an ordinance today and still have community feedback because we are still responding to issues each and every day. This is not a quick fix. There's no quick fix to these issues. And anyone thinks there's a quick fix to these issues, because as Director Hines shared earlier, this happened 7 years ago. We don't want a police state. We'll do that if we have to, and we will. But guess what? The last couple of months, things have been kind of slow. Why? Because we've been doing proactive policing. Things have been kind of slow because Operation Ceasefire was working. Things have been kind of slow because we've been throwing additional measures at other opportunities to address these issues. But there are going to be times right now, there could be something right now that happens. We can't stop from that standpoint. And so things were slow because our things were working, but also we understand that we have to deal with, we don't know every time that a judge lets an individual go. We only find out when they commit another crime. That's another issue. So we'll be having conversations with judges. But that doesn't require a board vote. I'm going to have that conversation with judges. We can still have conversations because we're going to meet here every Tuesday. So again, I'm not taking this resolution down. The board's going to have to tell me no on that as it relates to it. I don't think the board will, because we all understand and we can figure out other definitions if we want to tweak something, because when you have this type of resolution, you can amend throughout the situation. And so that again, it's my chairman's privilege that, you know, part of this process, I can automatically put a modification on here. It can't get voted on without the 6 votes to be added. It's up to the board on that. But what I'm sharing with you, Director Campuris and other boardsmen, I'm doing this today because I want us to all be on one accord with it. But because this is a crisis situation, I want us to be able to get it today, but we can't afford tomorrow. And if not, we'll take other measures, but I want to understand that we're trying to get this done today. But waiting a week, I mean, we know what holistic means. We understand that everything's going to be voted on. If this board is going to vote on, you have the purse strings. You're going to vote on it. There's not been a dollar spent in the city of Little Rock that's within your purview that you haven't voted on.
So let me again ask you, so I have a better understanding. You know, as Antoine is fond of saying, I'm an old man and slow to learn. So this will last a month. Is that right?
Right now, I believe it states for 30 days.
The whole resolution.
Yes.
Okay. And then in section 5 and 6, if we do hire people, then we have to appropriate the money by approval of the city board.
Excuse me?
Is that right, sir?
What'd you say?
In section 5 and 6, it is the city board that would approve the money to do those things.
What section 5 states, the city procurement division shall identify opportunities to expedite funding to address community violence efficiently and effectively and efficiently so that grants and other resources are quickly deployed to awarded organizations. Again, that's procurement measures. So if it's 50,000 or more, which many of these programs will be, the board votes on that. That's strictly a management function where we are taking the privilege in an emergency. You can do this in an emergency where you can say, no longer are we going to take do 3 weeks of newspaper notifications. We'll take it down to 3 days to 5 days.
Then I'll offer you a way of getting around this so we're informed. Instead of by board approval, any money you spend for any of these things, when you spend the money, has to come to us as a memorandum.
No, that's never been done before. We don't have, we're talking about, again, maybe we're confused. We're not changing any way that we do our governing factors. Mr. Manager and myself, we can make approvals through the appropriate procurement processes that the city attorney has prescribed, as well as city ordinances. Many of these dollars are going to be somewhere between 50,000 and up. So you all will be voting any type of expenditure this board will vote on. We're not talking about spending money right now. What we're talking about in this particular section 5 is condensing the procurement time period to go through compliance to ensure we can bring these projects. So for instance, Mr. Moore, maybe you can explain what's going to become before the board and how it's taken 3 months to get to the board.
And we talked about this before. The only way that you're going to reduce the time is, or the time frame, the overall time frame, is not advertise it as long as we normally do, which is somewhere around 21 days. Now, there's a downside of that is that there's a lot of organizations that will say, well, that doesn't give us enough time to prepare a response unless you've been one of those organizations that that have been with the city for quite a period of time and they know how to prepare a proposal. And I'll give you an example. We had one organization that we currently fund. We had 4 different categories this time in December, and they applied for each of the categories. And pretty much said, you know, just fund whichever one you want to. So, I mean, we're going to look at reducing the time frame, but there's a potential downside as far as the pool of applicants that viable applicants that we might get.
And then that same, I get a better understanding. So let's just take the next step. 31 days from now, this goes off, what happens then?
If we deem that we need to continue, we'll bring it back. It's a resolution.
That's what, then we'll go back, we'll go through the same thing. This is working, this is not working. This is how it's going to do, right?
Yes, that's what's in the ordinance.
Okay, I can do that.
Director Phillips?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things that I feel like I have to address. One, I didn't call, just for the record for people watching, I hadn't called Director Computers old. I don't know where you got that from, just for record. But I joined him. I think Director Richardson, Director Wright, Director Miller all indicated that they are supportive of this. And I want to reiterate that I am as well, Mayor. One question for you, and then I think I have to address something that Director Hines said, because I think it's too important not to go unaddressed. First question, my understanding, at least from what I got from Chief Humphrey, was there some type of collaboration between you and the police department and what these measures came out to be? Can we get some clarity on that?
Yes. Again, I wanted to provide the board an overview, and that was a detail that I did not share and should have shared, that this entire resolution was built upon with literally sitting down with the leadership team of Assistant Chief Bewley, Haskins, and Chief Humphrey on what else we can do more of. Because they're doing all they can with proactive policing and law enforcement. So this resolution was built in, where we have our law enforcement leadership saying, we're doing our job, we're gonna continue to do our job to get these people off the street and address it. But we also need to address the underlying root causes. This is exactly what we're talking about right now. Is what's the same thing, is doing things the same way, is thinking that a police state is going to solve the issue. Yeah, it solves it for 30 days, but we're trying to change generations. And so I'll get off my soapbox. I'm sorry, Director Phillips.
No, I appreciate it, Mayor. Second question, I guess this may be either for you or the city manager, but there's been a couple, and Director Hines, Vice Mayor Hines mentioned this about the $5.5 million in PIT funds. My understanding is that typically we don't spend all that money and it kind of rolls over to this year's budget, based on my understanding from staff and from presentations about budget. Am I correct in that we typically are not able to spend that full 5.5 million each year?
No, that's correct. We have allotted 5.5 million in our PIT budget, but since in the 3 years that I've been here, and what I've understand in the years prior to, is it's become commonplace that there's somewhere between $1 million and $2 million that are not being spent. And so we have one-time money. And so when we're talking about additional, we're trying to address, again, because Director Webb could probably go into great more detail about that, because she spends a lot of time working with CYF. But there is available, we got another $1 or $2 million today we could spend. And so that's what we're speaking to, yes. That's
okay,
available.
I just wanted clarity on that I didn't want people to think that we've been having trouble spending that money, and I want that to be clear to the public. And then lastly, I want to direct this to Director Hines, Vice Mayor Hines directly. Personally, I'm offended by the hug a thug phrase. I've already received text messages from constituents who are equally offended. I think without getting into specifics, it's been well documented in recent years that people use the word thug in replace of other words. So I'm on behalf of the people who are watching this, I'm speaking for those who reach out to me. That's offensive. I think it's also offensive to state that we need a police state, and because we know that police state is not going to be in certain parts of the city. And I was trying to be politically correct earlier when I was talking about over policing in certain parts of town and people who look like me. But maybe I don't need to be politically correct. I think that's wrong. I think that's offensive. I think that doesn't protect people who are trying to do the right thing, and then now they're subject to quote unquote a police state. And to equate panhandling to people losing their lives, people losing their kids. And based on this resolution, Mayor, if I understood it correctly, 100% of people that have died in Little Rock this year look like me, black male. So as a black male, I appreciate us trying to do something. I also want to make it very clear that the idea, I want to be clear to everyone's watching, the idea that we need to quote that we've been hugging a thug is offensive, and I'm saddened that my colleague will use that and try to use those kind of dog whistles to indicate what's going on in the city. Obviously, we need to do something. We need to address crime, and I stand beside the police department in doing that. But to use that type of language, I think is inappropriate, and I want the public to know that I feel that way. So that's all I have, Mayor. And I'll be supportive of this one.
Director Adcock?
Yes, I have 4 questions.
Yes,
If you
ma'am.
just give me an answer, please. On item number 6, so you're saying we're going to have social workers hired for just 30 days?
We're going to expedite hiring of social workers and other employees to address community violence.
Okay, and who are the other employees to address community violence?
So the other employees, again, as we shared, we have a team of 5 or 6 members of our street team. There's common knowledge of one of the cities that have really done a good job of addressing community violence is the city of Newark, New Jersey. In the city of Newark, New Jersey, they've had a street team for quite some time. Their street team, and so have we. Mr. Moore, how long is our street team? How long have we had our street team? And again, I want to give them a shout out because they do a great job.
It's been probably 5 years in place.
So we've had a street team of 5 years, 5 to 6 individuals. Doing something different is increasing that street team with more individuals, hopefully working to get those individuals, our current 5 or 6 from part-time to full-time and bringing more street team members on. There are some community interveners in other progressive cities that have somewhere, I believe, to 50 to 100 individuals.
What is the average age of our street team?
The average age of our street team is probably anywhere between 40 and 50. The average age is probably 50. And so right now, as I shared earlier today, to do something different, when we have 36 to 42% of the homicides are 11 to 24, we need to marry our older street team members with some of our younger street team members, because there's a great impact, because we have some street team members can share the impact of being in jail and being in prison for 15 and 20 years. And we can share some of the younger ones can also relate to what's going on today, and marrying those two as a multi-pronged approach.
A lot of these young people do not want to listen to older people. Item number 7, have you thought about doing some spending with the jail so they will keep these people longer? Because one thing we hear is that they go in and it's just a turn to come out. So have we looked with the sheriff about adding some funds so they will keep people longer?
Well, the keeping people longer is not a funding situation with the jails. That's a legal situation with our judicial system.
And you have talked to the sheriff about that? Because in talking to one of the people in the sheriff's office, they was talking about the funding was a problem.
Well, we give the city of Little Rock gives the sheriff's office close to 2.25 million, about 2.5. We give our fair share to the sheriff's office for jail funding. Again, the issue many times is individuals getting out on bond that are creating havoc. And we're not talking about every individual getting out on bond. I'm gonna make sure I'm very clear. What we're saying is there are individuals that are committing heinous acts and that are quickly getting out on bond and continuing those heinous acts from that standpoint.
Do we know how often lately the jail has been closed because it was full?
I'm not aware of the jail being closed. That we would have to ask the Pulaski County. I don't think I've ever been aware of the jail being closed.
And in number 10, have we thought to do as some cities do, return these juveniles when they're caught loitering to their parents, or having their parents come and pick them up?
Yeah, that's what happens.
Because I know that we've left parents and families out of all of this, it looks like. And I'd like to see that whenever a juvenile is picked up, or they do not respond to a police suggestion, that we call the parents to come pick them up.
But that's part of the current process. What we're saying is that we are stepping up the enforcement on loitering at businesses, because many times these juveniles are congregating in certain areas where they should not be congregating at certain times, and we have to be laser focused on that when we understand that many of those committed acts that we are talking about today are at those ages.
Well, I still would like to remind us to remember that these young people have parents and grandparents and guardians that need to be a part of correcting the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Adcock. Director Wyrick.
Thank you, Mayor. It's kind of ironic, but this resolution kind of follows our conversation that we had today. Because we were talking about crime, and I said, you know, some of these situations are systemic, and, you know, we have to address, try to keep people from committing crimes, and then we also have to address those that are committing the crimes. And I've heard people say that we can't police ourselves out of this crime situation. And I think that's part of what this resolution's supposed to do. But when I look at it, I see section 2, 3, 4, and 7, 8, and 10 are talking about police involvement. And so are we adding more responsibility to the police department and taking them off the street? Or is this situation going to eliminate their work so others can pick up and help with the problems that we have? Like, for instance, Section 10 talks about enforcement of loitering. I don't know of anybody else in the city that can enforce that but the police. Targeted patrols, that's still the police. Working with federal and state partners, that's still the police. Do you see where I'm going with this? Because it looks like we still have a whole bunch of police involvement in here, but yet.
And let me, if you don't mind, as it relates to the loitering piece, it's not just the police that can address loitering. Okay. It's our fire marshals.
Okay.
And so that's a part of the existing, or both fire marshals and our police department will do that. And so in these instances, they'll be working with, depending on the situation. Now, there are certain situations where the police will know they need to go, or there's other situations where the fire marshals, from that standpoint.
Are they doing that today? Are the fire marshals involved in it today?
Yes.
Okay, okay. I wasn't aware of that.
And just like when we had, you know, various things, if you would go back to the pandemic, when we were made certain decisions as it relates to businesses and what was going on. I'm talking about the very early days of the pandemic. It wasn't necessarily our officers enforcing it, were our fire marshals.
Okay. And then Section 8 is strategic and targeted patrols. You know, so my point with this is that, you know, we still have a lot of police involvement in this resolution. The other thing I wanted to ask was on item 5, when we're looking at expediting funding to address community violence, is that going to go through the CYF group, or is that some other function in the city that's going to evaluate these programs that we want to go after and get grants? How do we work that?
So again, we're speaking to the procurement piece. We definitely, as we condense that time, we want to continue to, right now CYF, they review, and it ultimately comes to the board for approval. Right. And so we want to still kind of keep that in place, but from that standpoint, but we do want to reduce that time as best as possible. But also, in a situation of emergency, we're not going to wait to schedule certain things, but we're going to do our best to coordinate. Director Webb is I believe she's still the chairperson on that board, or just a member. She's no longer chairperson, but we'll work collaboratively with them, and we believe because of this emergency, if they need to jump on a virtual call pretty quickly, they will, but if they can't, we also aren't going to wait, but our first mission is to collaborate and coordinate on that standpoint so they can get a fresh look.
Okay, I think that's important. It might slow down somewhat, but that was a group that we set up to make sure we were getting, you know, the most bang for our dollars that we were spending in that area. So from a budgeting standpoint, do we have any idea what all this is going to cost?
Which question?
All the additional social workers, the street team. I'm assuming that procurement would probably be beefed up. I'm assuming Human Resources Department would be beefed up. Maybe I'm not right about this, but you would think if you're being aggressive in doing these things that you would probably be adding more people.
And so the answer to that question is no, it's not necessarily always about adding more people, because we know there are actual individuals that can be helpful on a part-time basis to help. Because I want to be very clear, even because of COVID, we have a finance department because we have individuals with COVID. At one point, 2 weeks ago, we had maybe 10 individuals in our finance department that was out. So we understand that standpoint, and they have work to do. But we will try to get additional resources within the budget. And if it's something outside of the budget, it'll come to the board to make that decision. We don't see hiring hundreds of individuals to get this thing going, but from a standpoint with part-time workers of the street team, we know the hourly wages to get that done. We don't know if we're going to hire 10. We don't know if we're going to have 5, but we do want to have the protocols in place to start making some decisions. And if it gets above a limit, it'll come to the board for approval from that standpoint. We also just, again, had a U.S. Department of Justice $1 million grant. We're going to get 2 or 3 social workers anyway from the federal government that we just announced late December. So that's going to be helpful. But if we need to hire another 3 or 4 individuals that on a part-time basis to help, again, adding the social workers is ensuring that they can respond to calls of mental health that our officers aren't responding to. So that allows our officers to continue to patrol, because they currently patrol, but they're able to do it more strategically when they're not bogged down with those mental health issues. One thing I did want to clear up based on the loitering ordinance, I wanted to pull this up real quick. Right now, the loitering ordinance is currently enforced by the police, and so now we are focusing on the businesses allowing the loitering as the fire marshals are planning code officers will work with those businesses to hold them accountable. So that's the change, because the police department enforces the loitering, but since we're addressing the businesses that will have those individuals there, that's why the fire marshals will be involved in holding them accountable. So I wanted to make sure that was cleared up.
So it would be fire marshals and zoning code officers,
Yes.
which is the planning department.
Mm-hmm. When they see those things, again, they're already addressing those same businesses for other issues, and so this gives them the ability to other issues rather.
So one more time.
All right.
What does this resolution do for us as a city to be able to go around procurement laws and do some of the things that you're talking about in this? Is this a special status, this public health emergency?
Yes, it's going to give us the ability, again,
I apologize for asking, but sometimes I don't hear. I heard sort of heard you and Dean talking, but I didn't hear the whole conversation. So that's why I'm
So what we're requesting in the resolution is the ability to expedite existing procurement and compliance policies. We have a set of compliance right now based on state law. But when you enter in certain emergencies, whether it's a disaster emergency, whether it's a public health emergency, we then have the ability not to abide by compliance and procurement, but to reduce the time and expedite the processes. So we'll still go through a procurement process, but we're going to shorten that time so we can get the dollars on the programs quicker.
Are there guidelines for how much you can reduce, or do we just set our own agenda, our own rules?
No, there are guidelines of what we're supposed to do in a normal course of business, but we can expedite it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, we've all talked about crime for a bit. We've all been concerned about it. So, why did you decide today that you wanted to present this resolution and move forward in this direction? Is it because of the weekend, or is this something that you've been thinking about for several weeks and finally came up with a way to possibly handle some of our issues?
Yes, it's not because of this past weekend. Again, as I shared, that when you are leading through crises, as we have all together, whether it's been climate disasters or whether it's been the pandemic. I don't think anybody on this board was born in 1918. So, and understanding that there are new things that we're all learning as we're leading through a pandemic, and you have to be very decisive. And so, as we saw crime start to uptick in the pandemic, we addressed it as we focused on Operation Ceasefire, as we focused on, that was the summer of 2021, as we focused on in October, in addition to Operation Ceasefire, starting to leverage and utilize our American Rescue Plan Act dollars, which is, for the record, how we're doing this. A lot of folks are now following the city of Little Rock across the nation because of what we're doing with American Rescue Plan Act dollars, and that's something to be commended for. And so we've been, every day, we're waking up every day figuring out how we can address crime. That's the reason why we have our community schools model. That's the reason why now the Little Rock School District wants to expand the community schools model, not only from elementary, because it's wraparound services, again, holistic approaches on how we address educational achievement. Now they want to do it with our middle schools. And so we're always thinking about new ways and new ideas to address a systemic issue. It's a systemic issue. So yes, I've been thinking about new ideas, and that's the reason why our team, this board, has been able to pass many of those initiatives over the last several months. And so we, as we see it continuing to persist, we want to do things differently. That's the reason why.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because we had the police chief and the assistant chief talking about crime, and then we talked about this weekend, and then here we have this resolution. So I didn't want our folks to panic and think that, just because of what happened this weekend, we're doing this. So I wanted you to share that with our wide viewing audience. And I may be leaving the air because my battery's low. So anyway, that's all the questions I had. Maybe am I charged up?
Thank you so much. Director Computers.
This is to Tom. Tom, if we've got a 30-day period that we're doing this, and we hire someone for less than $50,000, how do you pay them? Or are they terminated at the end of 31 days?
Director Compuris, the mayor commented a minute ago, or has commented several times about hiring part-time workers. If you hire somebody that is in a potentially tenured position, they don't become tenured for a 6-month period of time. So there is a time frame in there where if we have to take a different route and a particular position isn't needed because we've taken a different stance, that's an aspect of a tenured position. In terms of a part-time worker, part-time workers really don't have any right to longevity.
So if we hire someone for less than $50,000, they're our employee for 6 months. So really this lasting for a month doesn't mean anything.
No, Director Computers, I think you're talking, no one's discussed what the hiring amount is. When we said $50,000, this board has purview on expenditures of $50,000.
I said less than 50,000 in my,
The 50,000, yeah, I think what the salary is for an individual doesn't determine how long they work. We have workers that make less than $50,000, but they spend the first 6 months in a period of probation, and if they make the probation successful, then they become tenured and can only be removed for cause.
but again, I guess I'm slow tonight. So if we hire someone for less than $50,000, if Bruce hires someone for $50,000, they're on the street team, at the end of a month, they're still our employee for 5 more months.
No, sir. Director, I think, it doesn't, if we hire a part-time worker, irrespective of the amount, they don't have the same rights as a full-time worker at all. So it doesn't matter what the amount is, whether it's $5,000 or $100,000. We can make a decision with a part-time worker quickly.
Yes, sir. Again, but by this, you told me this lasted for a month and we renew it. So if someone's hired at day 15, what happens? Or day 5 or tomorrow?
Yeah.
At the end of, on March.
We're hoping that this board, if we find, and again, we don't know, there are some cities that have 100 street team members. We may find 3 quality street team members that's added to our existing team. I don't think, and they're starting to do some good work and good intel and communicate back to what's going on. I don't see that being an issue with this board. And again, if it's within the existing budget, that won't be an issue either. What we're talking about, the state of emergency gives us the ability to expedite existing processes to make decisions.
Yes, and I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that completely. I just want to know, this is a state of emergency for a month. For the mask mandate, we had a state of emergency for a month. We understood at the end of a month, we either had to renew it or it went away. It's real simple. You either wear it or you don't.
Right.
If you hire people temporarily or permanently at the end of the month, are they still our employee? That's all I want to know.
No, the answer to that question is going to depend on whether they're needed within the city.
Yes.
An example might be that the resolution talks about hiring more social workers. And in terms of gun violence initiatives around the country, social workers deal with families in a number of ways to try to make sure that resources are available and services are available. We get to the end of the month, using your scenario, and we decide we don't want to have that much family involvement. That sounds terrible, but this is an example. But on the other hand, we find that we need another social worker, perhaps with the police department or with the fire department. We can keep the employee, but we don't have to keep the employee. We've got that flexibility.
But who makes the decision?
It would be basically the manager, and if it involved a budget adjustment for a department, the board of directors would make the budget adjustment.
So basically, the Office of Executive Administration, as always, we are over the management processes of employee relations, but as the city attorney just shared, it'll come to the board if it becomes budgetary. And again, I'll give you another example, and ultimately it's the department director. That's how we make decisions based on staffing. The department director is the hiring manager in the process of an office of management, and so it starts from that standpoint. So that department director will hire that. But again, it's expediting processes. A great example right now, and this is $1 million that we're not even talking about city money. We have $1 million grant that Dr. Jay Barth and Amanda Jones, Dr. Jay Barth, our Chief Education Officer, and Amanda Jones, who is our grant coordinator, grant manager, along with the members of the Office of Executive Administration, worked on a grant, and we lobbied U.S. Department of Justice to get $1 million to hire social workers. based on our current status, not being in a state of emergency, we still have to go through our traditional human resource processes. What we're saying is with this million, we're not even talking about any additional money. We're just with this million, we want to expedite those processes to get those social workers hired. So we'll, irrespective of a 31st day, we're going to hire social workers with that $1 million. That's not even the additional money that we're asking, that because we have that money. So again, I want everyone to focus. This is about, we're doing everything within our current purview and we're expediting processes. Director Phillips.
Mayor, I would like to call
Director Phillips, I'm sorry, it's Director Richardson. And then let me pull this screen down.
I'm sorry, Director Richardson.
It's Director Richardson. No, you got it, Director Richardson.
Mayor, for some reason, I'm having problems with you recognizing I raised my hand.
No, the reason why the scroll, and then we got a number of different names on here, more than just the 10 and 11 board members, so I got to keep scrolling down.
You're still my mayor, so I feel a need to chime in, and I hope she doesn't get up and walk out. I disagree with Jones' comment about young people don't want older people talking to them. That's totally incorrect. They want older people talking to them to acknowledge their existence and to recognize them being there. I hope she don't get up and walk out, but that's totally incorrect. As somebody who talks to younger people all the time, that's what they want. That's what they need. They need some guidance. They need some mentoring. They need some involvement. They need somebody to roll their windows down and say hi and acknowledge them rather than roll your windows up and click the lock. That is totally wrong. I cannot let that go without responding to that. And secondly, what I really find this interesting is when all the other crime that was happening prior to your election, when it was happening, not one time did any one of us ask your predecessor, what is he going to do about it? What is he doing about it? What are his plans? I just find that so ironic that, and I'm trying to keep my calm and keep my cool, but I want to dovetail Director Phillips' points about, Lance, I don't know what hug a thug is. I want to apologize to the families and the participants in our programs for them being called thugs during a public meeting. Being called thugs. What is a thug? All our programs are not gang intervention. We have youth development programs. I would have a little bit more respect if you could give me the transition of youth development or the concepts of the youth initiative projects or steps to transition to adulthood. To call them thugs, that speaks to why I think in some cases, unfortunately, our police protect and serve in other areas of our city. They patrol and control in other parts of our city. And those of us, the board members who are experiencing all the crime, we're not the ones up here constantly saying, give us more police. Our constituents not the ones coming down here. It's those who are not experiencing that crime are always blowing their horn about more police, more police. Our constituents come down and say, we need more jobs. We need more infrastructure. We need better housing. They're not coming down and saying, give us more police. When I tell them we got 100 new police officers, oh gosh, we got 100 more. You're kidding me. Hug a thug? I mean, and I apologize to them because that statement was short-sighted, pun intended. Hug a thug. And I think that Mayor, you spoke to me and you and Director Phillips and Director Miller being the ones, our being black males, we're being impacted by this more than anyone else. Hug a thug. That man, he said hug a thug. That's short-sighted. That's pun intended. I had to go in and get my high chair so I can hear that again. Hug a thug. What is a thug? To some people, a thug is a black man in a suit and a shirt and tie like Antoine has on right now. What is a thug? Hug a thug. Tell me about what programs we're funding. No, don't take the tie off, Antoine. You still to be a thug. And to Mayor Stoller hijacked our sister cities program. We took a young lady in one of our after school programs to Newcastle, England. Guess what? She's on the school board now. So I had to call her tonight and tell her she needs to wear some Daisy Dukes and dress thuggish because she's a thug. She was in our program. She needs to be the most thuggish board member that we have on Little Rock School Board. I find that offensive. I find it insulting, and I find that really irritating to the people who I've hugged who've lost loved ones, who reached out to them crying. They was crying and reached out and hugged them, showing them some love. And maybe that's what they need, more hugs and less barriers. That speaks to the simple fact that we really are living in two different cities. Two different cities. Hug a thug? My God. Hug a thug. What is a thug? I can walk in certain neighborhoods. I'm a thug. Antoine can walk in certain neighborhoods. He's a thug. What is a thug? Define that. Hug a thug. And you don't know what we're doing in the programs. And that's insulting. That's offensive to the participants, to the parents of the participants, to the family members, even to the coordinators and administrators of these programs. If we are hugging the thug, what's wrong with hugging the thug? Something wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with hugging the thug? What is the thug? Is there something wrong with hugging them? Showing them some love? They're still a human being. And we get away from the human travel revitalization time and time again with idiotic, small, pun intended again, statements like hug a thug. Chief is down there, he told us the FBI has given us a report on the danger of our city, the level of danger. Not the National Enquirer, not People Magazine, the FBI. These are professionals. I don't know how many of y'all, I went through the Citizen Police Academy back in 1994, 95. I don't know how many of y'all went through it as well. But I don't think I know all about police. I don't think I know more about police than Chief Humphrey than Assistant Chief Bewley or Haskins. I think that the man knows what he's talking about, and he's not. It just kind of irritates me. Stop calling me mom, because it's almost like how we sanitize my right to vote. And I get into it with my elders about this all the time. Again, people died for your right to vote. They died. No, people were murdered. They was assassinated. I don't think Cheney and Goodman said, well, let's have a car wreck in Neshoba County so Ken can vote. I don't think Martin Luther King walked down the back of the Lorraine Motel and said, well, let me have a stroke so Ken can vote. No, they didn't die for our rights to vote. They were murdered. They were assassinated. We need to quit sanitizing these things and deal with it openly and honestly. Hug a thug. I can't believe I heard that. And I can't believe more people are not upset about that characterization of our participants, our children. Now, we cut PIT by $500,000 during the recession in 2008. We never got it back up. We never put it $500,000 back in. We did the same thing with the chamber. We took $500,000 from the chamber, but my Hug a Thug come in and proposed legislation that gave the chamber back $50,000. So instead of getting $200,000, they get $250,000 now from us. They used to get $300,000 before the recession. So I'm gonna go hug some of those thugs. I put my suit on and take about $50,000, man. And we stuck on this. This is not a panacea. This is something that we're working on. It's a work in progress, and it speaks to the unfortunate reality of the illusion of inclusion being the biggest hypocrisy of our democracy. I told you, Mayor, most often it's the messenger rather than the message. You and I can come up with a cure for AIDS. We're going to get 2 no votes. We already know that for certain. Or the pill wasn't the right color. That's nonsense, y'all. We're talking about human beings. We're talking about children dying in our streets. Children. A 2-year-old and a 3-year-old thug dying in our streets. That's so amazing. I find this incredulous. I really do. When we had all these upticks in homicides, not one single person, when we had that 5 homicide weekend, not one single person said, Mayor Stoller, what are we going to do about this? This is a problem. We have a problem. What are we going to do about this, Mayor Stoller? What is your office doing about this? Absolute silence. And Mayor, you proposed something, and we're questioning you like you trying to, well, you've already changed how we address policy, and your election has changed a lot of things, some for the good and some for the bad. I just find this really amusing and amazing of what I'm hearing. And I heard one colleague say young people don't want to talk to old people. Well, you got to talk to them first to find that out. Maybe if you talk to them, you know they want to hear from us. They want us to acknowledge their existence. They want us to acknowledge that they're human beings, that they're here. They mean something to us. So they get some value for themselves, some self-love. Love for others is predicated on self-love. And I disagree wholeheartedly because I talk to them every single solitary day. And my good friend Lance, some of those thugs that weren't in our programs, unfortunately, I know their families. I know them. I've been in mourning for 6 months now. And I've hugged their brothers and their sisters, their mothers, their fathers. But not one time did I say, oh man, I'm hugging the thug. I better watch my wallet. I'm hugging the thug. Where's my bulletproof vest? I just think this is truly, truly amazing that someone would make a comment like that in public. It's cool if you make it out in the hallway to one of my colleagues, but to say that publicly, hug a thug, what is a thug? We know most of the participants in our programs are black. So all the black children are thugs? Are we teaching thugs in school when they go to school? Hug a thug. I'm gonna get a t-shirt made like that. I'm gonna wear it to the next board meeting. I'm gonna go to all these programs. Hug a thug.
And Director Richardson, we want to thank you so much.
I call the question, Mayor.
Mayor,
Yes,
before you do that, I had my hand up.
we do have the motion on the floor. I haven't heard a second yet. Well,
You don't have a motion to approve the resolution, so there's no question to call.
We have the modification. You have a couple comments?
Yes. As I already said, I am in support of this wholeheartedly. But I would also like to have some input into some of the things that we do. And I know that our input is not generally sought after we pass something. It becomes simply a staff thing. And whereas I understand that to a certain point, I am on the ground in the heart of the Barrow community where all of this violence is taking place. And I do have certain insights. And I kind of like to think I got some pretty good ideas.
We definitely want your ideas.
And so I would like to participate with staff, with your approval.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would also like to see this be married to the Targeted Community Development Initiative. I think these things will go hand in hand because that's where the problems are, in and around the John Barrow corridor, which is where the Targeted Community Development Initiative is focusing. And I know we have a presentation from the commission that we set up, the working committee, on February 22nd, and they will be presenting some ideas, and I'm looking forward to that. And I would like us to move this forward. As I said, I wanted this in March of 2021. We've got to do something, and I think this emergency declaration will, I think, send a message to our citizens that yes, we are moving forward here. Whether you all see it or not on the ground, this is a major impact perspective-wise. And truth is oftentimes about perception, and they need to see that we think this is very, very serious.
Well, thank you. And yes, we definitely want you to work with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and provide your insight.
Thank you.
Because you are in the heart of one of the areas of community violence. So yes, we definitely want you to work.
3 streets over.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Want you to work with them. Yes, ma'am. Director Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Comment, one quick question. Yesterday, I was able to go to a webinar and listen to the mayor of St. Louis. And before people make assumptions about St. Louis, I would like to point out that they are one of the cities that has seen a reduction in a significant reduction in homicides this year. But it really spoke to some of the things in this resolution, specifically a program they have called Cops and Clinicians. And they gave a lot of statistics about the savings in dollars in human capital that they've seen through this program. And so if you can go online, it was through the Washington Post. I don't know if you can, but if anybody can watch that, it could be helpful about their social workers. And I think we have been taking a holistic approach. We haven't used that term. Director Wright just talked about the targeted development, and then we have housing rehab and the ARPA money. But to the question, when Director Compuris had a number of questions about the 30 days, and I have only read this quickly, it says the overtime is for 30 days, but I didn't understand. And so if you can just clarify, I wasn't thinking we were going to hire a social worker for 30 days and then tell them they were fired. We were going to hire a social worker and they were going to be a city employee. Is that not correct?
No, you're correct. That's why I tried to share with Director Compuris early. I said, we're going to hire 3 social workers already, but we got to go through that hiring, our traditional process. We got $1 million in December from U.S. Department of Justice. They will be with us until that $1 million runs out. And so that $1 million, I think it takes us, I don't know offhand, but it's at least a couple of years, maybe 3, that they're funded, like many other grant funded programs, that we often work to get that money and continue to try to get more dollars out of the federal government. So again, as this ordinance shares, expedite processes for the $1 million. If there are opportunities within 30 days to hire additional mental health workers or other individuals, that will be for part-time workers where it doesn't really matter on that. But for the $1 million, we need to get those social workers, and we don't need to wait 2 months to get them on board when we can kind of expedite certain things by having this authority to go move forward. So you are correct. That's what I explained to Director Compuris.
Well, some people who were watching but who didn't have the resolution got a little confused by the discussion, and I just wanted to make sure that was correct for those viewers.
Yes, ma'am. You're totally correct.
Thank you.
Director Phillips.
Yeah, and to Director Webb's point, I don't know how many people still watching us after 4.5 hours, but I checked online and the resolution is now available online. People are still watching. You can go to littlerock.gov and go to our agenda page, and it's up now. But with that being said, Mayor, I would like to make a motion to add this to the agenda so we can call questions.
Second. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it to add into the agenda. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read the resolution. Madam Clerk.
Okay, I couldn't get it off mute. A resolution to address the recent community violence as a public health emergency and for other purposes.
Move to approve the resolution.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Do we need to do a roll call?
Yes, we need to do a roll call, yes.
Director Wright,
Yes.
Director Wyrick,
Yes.
Director Compuris, Director Phillips,
Yes.
Director Adcock,
Aye.
Director Miller,
Yes.
Director Richardson,
Yes.
Director Webb,
Yes.
Director Peck,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hines.
No.
Thank you to the members of the board who voted yes to start this process as we address gun violence in our city from a public health standpoint and a holistic approach. We do appreciate you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
We got a motion. There's a second. Any question?
Yeah. I just want to thank Director Adcock for getting this set up by herself, getting the money from the city, and doing St. Vincent's to get the booster clinic. So thank you, Joan.
There's a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned.